Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. This is the powerful continuation of our Lakehouse Terror series. Part 2 moves into high-stakes organized threats and entrapment, showing how planning meets pure desperation. We are preserving the truth of these real encounters using sophisticated storytelling. This version is designated for sleep, and you'll find a small moon and wolf icon on the thumbnail. If you prefer full-intensity scares, keep an eye out for our new no-sleep experimental format, featuring separate non-sleep stories and a small sun icon on the thumbnail, dropping soon. Ring the bell and subscribe. The episode runs ad-free after the first 15 minutes. Sleep well and dream dark. I should have slept. I'd flown into Syracuse for a client meeting, white-knuckled the rental down to the lake, and told myself the quiet would help me focus. My fiancé Mark came with me because he hates when I bury myself in work at night. He said the lakehouse would make me stop. The lakehouse made everything louder. It's an off-season rental south of Lafayette, a low, flat place with a long porch that faces water as dark as old glass. Streetlights don't reach that far. The nearest neighbors pull their docks out before the leaves drop and don't come back until Memorial Day. The wooden steps creak because they need to, and the place smells like cedar that gave up decades ago. It's basic and clean and empty in a way that messes with your sense of scale. Every sound travels. We got in late. I set my laptop on the pine table anyway, screensaver pulsing like a small heartbeat. Mark did his best impression of a supportive hostage, making tea, laying out the 2 quilts we found in the closet. The wind came off the lake and pressed the porch screens until they thumped back and breathed again. The place only had one working lamp. It threw a yellow cone over the table and left the corners to fend for themselves. Sometime around midnight, I heard movement that wasn't the wind. At first, I rinsed my mug and told myself air does things to old buildings. The house answered with a different sound, one of those cheap doorknob rattles you think is a mouse, until the rhythm is too careful. Mark looked up from his phone. The lamp kept humming like it was proud to be the only light, and in that thin hum we both counted breaths. There's a front door and a side door in that house. The side door off the mudroom faces a stand of pines that makes its own weather. The knob rattled again from that direction. Then it stopped. Then something touched the glass. Not hard, more like a test. The whole building had a way of reporting pressure. Even through my socks, I could feel the boards announce weight that was not ours. We killed the lamp without talking about it. Dark brought shapes into focus. The porch framed the lake like a blank TV. Mark stood in the kitchen doorway, a shadow on a darker wall. We waited for the wind to claim it. It didn't. The side door tried again, a decisive jolt that sent the ice tray in the freezer clacking. After that came a softer, deliberate move below the knob, metal on metal. Slow. Mark took 2 steps into the mudroom and froze. He didn't look at me. He stared down. I joined him and looked too. The cut bar lock, a flimsy slide you can get at any hardware store, sat halfway across. It scraped a fraction when the door shifted. Whoever was outside had found the latch seam and was worrying it. You could feel how intent they were from the way the frame carried it. We didn't have much. There's a broom, a stack of firewood the owner left for atmosphere, and a folding chair that never looked honest. Mark's eyes landed on the wood. He picked the thickest log and set it crosswise under the knob like a crutch, the grain biting into the painted floor. I grabbed the folding chair and wedged its back under the handle, pushing until the feet squealed and bit. A voice carried in, low and close, not shouting, not drunk, talking like a person who expects an answer. We didn't answer, we listened to our own breath, and the wind, and the careful metal. After a pause, the voice tried the front door, which meant whoever was at the side door wasn't alone. A quick test on fragile glass. Then the voice raised to a conversational tone and asked if anyone was home. It used a regular name like they'd met us, and for a second my brain did that thing where it tries to make a wrong shape fit. I said no. My voice found a steady level I didn't practice. I told them loud enough to carry that we were on the phone with the sheriff. I gave a name I remembered from a sign we passed on the way in. Ondaga. I said deputies were on the road. I said we have it on camera. None of that was true yet. The front porch boards reported wait. A second voice answered, not angry, just impatient. The kind of tone you hear in stores when someone gets told the sale ended yesterday. It would have been easier if they'd shouted. The not shouting made it worse. Behind the voices was the sound of someone adjusting a grip, skin squeaking on cold metal at the threshold. Every change made the house breathe. Mark mouthed cow. He didn't have to. I pulled my phone from my back pocket and prayed the reception didn't join the neighbors in their winter vacation. I spoke to a calm person who asked for the address, which I had to pull from the rental listing. I described the house as if I'd never seen it. I said there were people outside trying the doors. When the dispatcher asked for descriptions, I gave weather words. Hood up, breath in air, hands that knew where to push. I said it again about law enforcement. I let the voices outside hear that I said it. The next part happened because the house had a coat closet off the kitchen. In that closet, behind a stack of board games and a rolled-up rug, was a kid's Little League bat. I found it earlier when I was hunting for a lighter for a candle we didn't need. The bat felt right because it was wrong, too light, too short. If you've ever held one, you know it isn't built to hurt somebody. It's built to keep from breaking. I took it out and turned it in my hand, and felt how the handle had been taped twice and peeled once. Mark shook his head, but he didn't take it from me. The voice at the front door said again that they needed help, that they ran out of gas, that their phone died. They said the cold was dangerous. The words were reasonable. It was the audition quality that wasn't. They didn't mention the side door they'd been trying for the last stretch. The wind hit the porch screens and brought the lake into the room with a single cold draft. And over that, we heard the soft slide of a window testing its latch. I called to them. I kept my voice even. I said we'd left a portable charger out by the mailbox for anyone who needed one. I said it wasn't safe to come in because we'd turned on the propane for the fireplace, and there was a leak. I said my fiancé had a non-lethal round in the shotgun and would fire it if they stepped inside. I said it like I believed it. We didn't have a shotgun. We had a bat that would lose its tape if you breathed on it. But we did have one thing that made my mouth story feel less like a story. The house had a paintball mask tucked behind the board games, probably from a family who used the yard for war games in summer. No gun, just the mask, slick black and ridiculous. I set it on the table with my laptop's glow moving across its lens, and positioned the lampshade so the reflection made a shape. When one of them peered through the front window, what they saw was a human head behind glass, with a face you can't read. Silence lasts longer when you can hear someone think. You can hear it in their weight. The board stopped reporting the front. The side door took all the attention. They tried again at the mudroom. The chair shifted a hair, and then held. Mark braced against it, palms down, shoulders in, the wood under the knob pressed back like a bone. He didn't talk. I didn't talk. The house did the talking, the way a place makes a sound when it's asked to hold. I moved to the kitchen and raised the bat. Not to swing, to show. I angled myself where anyone looking through the side window would see a person in the kitchen with something in her hands, and a stillness that read the way a locked gate does. I set my jaw. Not for them, but for my own muscles. My phone stayed on the counter, speaker on, so the dispatcher's voice could be a witness. The voice outside changed. The impatience thinned. The wind came through all the holes and tightened the air until the odor stacked. Old wood, wet canvas of the coat by the door. The apple peel Mark had tossed in the trash. I don't know why, but I can still smell it when I think of that night. You don't pick a sensory detail like that. It picks you and waits in your chest. It shifted again from words to the small planning noises people make when they look at edges and judge them. They moved along the siding, hand trailing, found where the mudroom wall returns to the kitchen. The window there slides up if you're patient and mean it. They tested it like they tested the doors. Weight is a question. The latch complained softly. I said loud enough to carry. That the first deputy had just pulled into the driveway. I said his lights were down to not blind the lake. I said if anyone was outside, they needed to put their hands on their head and step into the porch light. I detailed it like my mouth was reading a policy out of a binder. The dispatcher, who had been nothing but calm, didn't contradict me. Footsteps came off the porch steps and found the bare earth. Pine needles talk in a way you can hear but can't place in a room. Then the soft crunch turned away toward the road. That could have been the end, and it almost was. We held until the air moved easier. The voices lowered and got smaller, as if they were standing apart to decide what to do next. I counted slow in my head and kept counting because numbers give your hands something to do. The wind carried their words to the kitchen window once more. Local, the accent of a person who lives on cash work and favors. They weren't here for anything but what they could sell quick before the snow stuck. Off-season rentals look like nobody cries if you pick them clean. We didn't chase them. We stayed and kept the house looking like a person holding its breath rightly would. Through the phone, the dispatcher told us units were on the way and asked if we felt safe to stay inside. She asked if there were other entrances. She asked us to keep the line open. It doesn't make a good ending to say we listened for a while, and then the sound of tires stopped at the end of the drive. It isn't cinematic to say the first wash of blue from the cruiser lights made all the glass breathe again. Nothing jumped. Nobody broke anything. The deputies announced themselves from the yard, then again at the door. Mark and I answered the way people answer when they have practiced a version of this in their heads, and never wanted the practice to matter. They came in. We unwedged the chair in the wood and let the door swing and apologize in its hinges. The deputies split without talking, one checking the mudroom window latch, the other stepping onto the porch to shine light across the rail in the yard. Blue dying into gray, gray rising back into blue. Their boots spoke a different language than the others, weight that assumes it belongs. They asked what we heard. We told them. We kept to what happened, not what we thought might happen. We showed them the marks beside the side door where something narrow and firm had pried at the latch. We pointed out the smudge on the kitchen window from the heel of a hand. The cold holds fingerprints longer than a person should have to live with. While one deputy took our statements, names, numbers, the way the voice sounded like an apology rehearsed for a mirror, the other radioed descriptions. He didn't ask for a lot because there wasn't a lot. Good, height close to Mark's, boots that didn't sink deep, a smell like old gasoline when the wind carried it back. They told us that during the off-season some places get watched by people who think vacancy is a sign the world forgot a house exists. The deputy said it like a weather report, not cold comfort, just information. They didn't find anything then. The first search of the road turned up tracks that lost themselves where the gravel changes to brush. No confrontation, no sudden justice that makes for a clean ending. The deputies told us to keep the doors barricaded even with them parked at the bottom of the drive. They said they'd sit for a while and watch the road because sometimes folks circle back if they spook themselves halfway into a plan. Half an hour stretched until it wasn't a measurement anymore. The house loosened in pieces. The hum of the lamp returned. The lake remembered it had more to say than just wind. Mark made new tea with hands that shook only when they stopped doing anything. And then the authorities did what they do when patience is more useful than pressure. They worked the only lead we gave them, the emergency call timestamp and the direction of the footsteps. There's a gas station up near Route 11 that keeps its lights on past midnight for truckers and fishermen who can't let go. The clerk later said 2 locals came in without buying anything except a map, and asked for directions that didn't match the way they were pointed. The cruiser that sat at our drive peeled off and met another at that station, and the rest of the night belonged to them. They called us just before dawn to say they'd made contact with 2 individuals who matched what little we had. Desperate. Local. They hadn't made it far. They told a story about looking for an empty place, because the cold is mean when you don't have plans, and the deputy let the word theft run around the room without needing to catch it. They were detained for trespass and attempted break-in, the words sounding small on the phone but big in the kitchen, where I had stood with a kid's bat and a face I hoped looked like it could follow through. We slept after that, but only because the sun explained the room again. Morning light did what night never does. It told you where things start and end. We walked the floor with coffee and found we'd been exact, even if we'd been wrong about specifics. The marks by the door were there. The smudge on the glass turned into the shape of a thumb when the angle changed. The lake was the same and not the same, like a person who came through something and didn't get loud about it. It would be cleaner to say we fought them off. It would be more dramatic to say the non-lethal weapon in my head became real, and I fired it into the air and watched them run. That's not what happened. We barricaded a door with furniture that resented work. We lied about a shotgun because it made the air around us feel thicker. And sometimes thickness is the only edge you get. We leaned into a bluff that was barely a bluff, because we were not alone. We had a line open to someone who knew the roads and the people on them, and that made the difference. We did not become heroes. We became a couple who had the kind of night that makes you speak slower the next morning. Mark laughed once, a short and wrong sound at his own reflection in the microwave. He said he hates my job less when it means we have a reason to rent anywhere with doors that lock like a bank's. Dark humor is something you can hold when you don't want to hold the other parts. I filed my client notes later that day from a place with more people in it. A coffee shop on Salina Street where the barista plants succulents in chipped mugs, and the bathroom lock sticks. I wrote my report with my back to a wall because that's how my body asked to sit. I told myself this should not become a point in a personal PowerPoint about how to be careful. But that night taught us something about quiet places in the wrong season. It taught us something about the way a house feels when it holds for you. And it taught me the sound of a person deciding not to be brave and deciding to look brave instead, which is a tool you don't get to choose and sometimes have to use. We went back to the lake house once to grab a charger. We left. Daylight made the porch screen honest and the mudroom funny. I ran my fingers over the spot by the latch, without meaning to, and wiped them on my jeans afterward, like you do with dust you can't see. The owner texted later to say the deputies had called him too. He wanted to know if we were okay. I said yes, because we were. He asked if he should invest in better locks. I told him yes, because he should. If you're waiting for a final twist, there isn't one. The men who came that night were not monsters. They were the kind of broke that barges. The kind of cold that makes you think a place with nobody's car out front is an invitation. That doesn't make it less of an invasion. It makes it worse, in a way that spreads out and keeps spreading. We defended a small space with dumb objects and a voice on a phone, and we were lucky enough to have both. We drove home with the heater too high and the radio off. The pines gave way to plowed fields, and then to the kind of traffic that makes you feel invisible and safe because nobody knows your name. Mark reached over the console and touched my knee once, not to reassure me, just to agree with the road. We didn't talk about what we would have done if the chair slipped or the wood cracked or if the voice outside had been someone different. We didn't turn the night into a lesson, because nights like that don't want to be lessons. They want to be over, and this one was. For us anyway. For a while. I went to the A-frame to sleep. That was the whole plan. Drive north out of Portland, follow the old highway until the gas stations thin out into trees, then turn left toward a rented triangle of wood that looked like it belonged on a postcard. 2 stories of pitched roof, a porch the size of a parking spot, and a single road running past black pines down to the lake. I had a small carry-on, a canvas grocery bag, and the key fob in my pocket. No big declarations. No social posts, just silence and air that smelled like sap and wet dirt. I told my friends I needed a break. I told the officer who took last month's report the same thing. They were kind about it. Unplug, a friend texted. Change of scenery. The officer suggested making a plan for phone check-ins. I nodded without saying that calls made me feel like I was still on the stage he put me on. It wasn't a stage I asked for. I parked under the pines and sat for a minute with the engine ticking as it cooled. The cabin stood quiet and ordinary. A stovepipe, a motion light, a cheap welcome mat with a smile baked into the fibers. If a house can look like a promise, this one did. I carried the bag to the door, reached into my pocket, and felt the key fob. I liked the weight of it. Real objects that do what they say. I let out a little breath, slid the key into the knob, and stepped inside. The place was as advertised. Wood paneling, a pair of mismatched chairs, a narrow kitchen with a window cut to the lake, a loft above the living room with a ladder steep enough to make you careful. I checked the back door, checked the windows, set my bag on the little table. Ordinary motions, done in order. When I turned on the faucet, the pipes made a tired sound and cleared. I drank straight from my hands. That first night, I kept lights low. I stood on the porch and listened to the lake move. The road was a dark ribbon cut through the trees. My car clicked, cooling. I locked the door and set the key fob in the ceramic bowl by the sink. Host had left it full of wine corks, a little float of cheerful trash, and climbed up to the loft with the carry-on. I left my phone face down on the nightstand. The mattress was firm. The sheets smelled like detergent. I listened for unfamiliar noises and only found crickets and the wind pushing through needles. Sleep took me like a long breath out. The second night, the first thing wrong was small. Not bad, just wrong. I came in from a walk around dusk, wiped my shoes on the mat, and noticed pine needles arranged in a straight line along the threshold. Not scattered, laid like someone ran a finger through them. I looked at the mat longer than it deserved and stepped over it. Inside, the key bowl had moved an inch closer to the edge of the counter. I told myself I'd nudged it, reaching for a glass. A person can nudge a bowl without feeling it. That's not a story. I washed the single plate I'd used and put it back exactly where I found it. Later, when I went out to the car to bring in the book I'd left on the passenger seat, a moth hit the motion light and made it flicker. I caught my reflection in the window, pale, a little more tired than I wanted to admit, and spotted something stuck under the rear wiper. It looked like leaflet in the half-light. I lifted the wiper and slid out a folded index card. I didn't read it on the driveway. I took it inside and put it on the table. I stood for a moment with my hands on either side of the card like it might blow away. When I unfolded it, I recognized the handwriting before my brain agreed to it. Tight letters, neat like a student copying a teacher's example. It was only a short line, no name, no date. It said, "Saw you made it safe." I held the card and watched my hands. Still, the note felt like the bowl had felt, like the mat, like a small thing, only if you refused to connect it to the person who wrote it. The cabin, the road, the lake, the way I'd told almost no one where I was, those were the things that were supposed to stay mine. A note under the wiper meant that idea was out of my hands. I locked the doors again. I checked the windows again. I texted 2 friends and the officer from before. Kept it short and plain. Then I sat up in the loft until the sun dragged itself up and made the lake silver. When sleep came, it was shallow and left fast. On the third evening, fog rolled off the water and wrapped the trees. I drove into town while the light was still there, bought a cheap door wedge and a flashlight at a hardware store that had a brass bell you couldn't avoid ringing on the way in. On my way back, I noticed a car in my rear view that matched my turns more often than made sense. White sedan, older, a dent over the front wheel that had been painted over in a different white. It stayed 2 cars back, then 1, then fell away, like it was trying on distances. I took the long way to the cabin. It stayed with me until the last turn before the lake road, and then didn't. I parked under the pines and sat with the engine running, the sedan's after image still in my mirrors even though it wasn't there. I got out and walked around my car. Pine needles, dust, the small curve of the lot. I crouched by the driver's side and saw, tucked up into the seam where the fender met the body, a plastic rectangle notched into a bracket. Not big, not obvious unless you were looking for it. I didn't touch it. I took a photo of it with the phone, zoomed in and thought about every time he'd found me somewhere I hadn't posted. I put my finger on the plastic and felt it hum against the metal. That night I slid the door wedge under the cabin door and set a chair against it for good measure. I kept the flashlight on the table next to the key bowl. I called the non-emergency line for the local department and told the person who answered what I'd found. She said they could send someone in the morning. I asked if they'd mind if I brought it to them instead. She said that was fine, gave me a name and asked if I felt safe for the night. I said yes because I wanted the word. I wanted to say I could have it. I woke to a sound that wasn't the lake. A car engine at idle, close enough to feel through the floor. It stayed steady and then revved in a short, impatient way. I got up and moved to the loft railing, kept low and peered down through the front windows. The motion light warmed and blinked on, slow. Headlights cut through the trees and drowned in the fog. The engine dropped to a purr and then rose again, like a hand on a throat. This wasn't a sighting on a sidewalk from across a crowd. It wasn't a text from a number I didn't save. This was a car in front of the cabin where no one should be but me. The wedge held, the chair held. I watched the light and the rip of exhaust show the fog shape. I didn't move for a long time. When the engine cut and the lights went dark, the dark got heavier, like the car had taken something with it. I sat on the loft floor and waited for morning to grow a shape. When it did, I went outside and looked down the road. Tire tracks dragged through the needles and vanished into dirt. On my windshield, tucked under the same wiper, another card, same handwriting. This time, "You look tired." I didn't bother carrying it inside. I slid it into the pocket of my jeans with the other one and drove to the station. The officer at the counter had the same name as the one on the phone. He took me to a desk that had its own smell paper, coffee, floor cleaner, and he listened while I said what I'd seen and what I'd found. He made copies of the cards and bagged the little plastic tracker with gloved hands. He asked if I could think of anyone who might want to know where I was. I said a name that still felt like a lit match in my mouth. He nodded like he'd heard the name before in other rooms. He said they'd run the tag, that they'd log an incident, that they'd drive by the area more than usual. I went back to the cabin anyway because the idea of packing with strangers watching me make decisions made my hands shake. I set my phone on the table and turned it off. Then on again, then off. I placed the key fob in the bowl and stared at it like I could memorize its edges into a plan. That night, the fog stayed away. The lake lay flat and black. I made pasta and ate it standing up. I stacked the plate in the sink and left it. I checked the back door. I checked the loft window. I set the chair against the front door again and considered stacking the second chair on top like a nervous sculpture. I didn't, because the door hadn't opened. I stood by the window with the lights off until my eyes took the night into them. The engine came sooner this time, like the person driving had learned my rhythm and moved to beat it. It rose out of the trees and onto the road, and then there it was, the white sedan idling under the motion light like it lived there. The paint over the dent was rough and a shade too bright. The light found the grain in it. I watched from the loft. The door opened. A leg, jeans, a sneaker, that casual tilt a body makes when it believes it has time. I didn't lean to get a better look. The wedge and the chair were not a plan for a person on the porch. They were a plan to keep my legs from moving until my mind had one thought at a time. He didn't come to the door. He walked around the car and leaned against it and looked at the cabin the way people look at fireplaces and catalogs. When he finally did move, he took his time about it, crossing to the porch like a regular visitor, and set something on the welcome mat. He didn't knock. He stood very still for a beat that felt like it cut something even though it didn't. Then he went back to the sedan, got in and let the engine run only long enough to back away slow. He turned onto the road and took the dark with him. I didn't open the door until morning. I slid the wedge out with my foot and pulled the chair back, careful. The mat had a small metal ring on it, round as a button. It took me a second to name it, because my brain went toward jewelry before it went toward doors. It was the key ring I'd used before the fob, the one with the small scratch where I'd caught it on a locker. The ring was empty. No fob, just the ring. I didn't need to touch it to know where the fob had gone. I broke my own rule and made a call while standing outside. I didn't say his name out loud. I said my location. I said what I was looking at. I said I was leaving. The dispatcher said to stay on the line. I said I wanted to start the car. She said to stay on the line anyway. I started the car. The engine turned. The dash lit. And I put it in reverse and backed out of the small curve and onto the road. The lake lay to my left like a piece of sky that had fallen down. I pulled forward and let the tires find the ridge in the center, the place where everyone's wheels had already gone. The trees closed and the red dirt hissed under the tires. When the white sedan came up behind me, it came fast. I saw it in the mirror, in the little rectangle and in the larger one, as if it wanted to be sure it had all the angles. No headlights at first, which made my mirrors a black sheet where the shape was just absence. Then the beams hit and poured into the cabin like a long breath. I didn't want. The sedan filled my rear window and pressed closer. I raised my foot to make space and the car behind me took it away. The engine surged. Its bumper flirted with my bumper. I didn't slam the brakes. I kept my hands steady and let my eyes be a metronome mirror, road. The trees crowded. The road didn't widen or forgive. The sedan doubled down when I hit the straight stretch. It moved up until it wore my license plate as a bib. The horn didn't sound. The driver didn't try to pass. They wanted closeness, not victory. At the first turnout, I took it hard and fast, and the car behind me overshot by a yard before it could follow. Just enough to taste distance. I cut back onto the road and floorboarded it, the tires biting into packed dirt as if the car had decided it was in this with me and would show me its best. The sedan punished that choice almost immediately, catching up without drama. I could feel it in my seat back like hands I didn't invite. Sweat made my grip slick. I wiped one palm on my jeans and kept going. I don't know when I started saying please. I know the mouth does what it has to when the brain is busy. The next turnout had a yellow reflector on a post. I took it too. Let the reflector swing by my door and saw the sedan commit to the road. I waited a beat longer than felt smart and shot back out. When the other car tried to correct, it caught the soft shoulder and had to decide between stomping throttle and losing face. It chose throttle and fishtailed, a white shape trying to hold itself together. I took the curve like it might be the last one, and saw road open to the highway. I didn't look back until I hit the painted lanes and the speed limit sign felt like a joke. The sedan turned left onto the highway a ways down, too far to make a claim but near enough to make a point. It never caught me after that. It didn't have to. We both knew I wasn't going back. At the station, I parked under a camera, left the engine running and went inside. I handed over the ring and the name and sat in the same chair as before. The officer from the desk took a statement and then another, asked me to repeat small things because sometimes small things change in your mouth when you say them again. I didn't mind. The room with paper and coffee smelled like a room you could tell the truth in. I slept the next night at a friend's place on a couch that faced a window too narrow to fit a person. We kept the curtains closed anyway. In the morning, I called a locksmith, and then another for my apartment in the city. I bought a new key fob and kept it on a ring I held in my palm when I walked. I didn't go back to the A-frame. The owner texted about a cleaning fee and then about something missing from the key bowl, and I said I would pay for whatever needed paying for. It felt like Rent on a version of the story where the note stayed under a wiper in a different town. I didn't become a person who never leaves the house. That's not what this is. I became a person who looks under a car before getting in. I became a person who changes routes, who takes photos of small plastic rectangles like they're wildlife worth noting. I became someone who recognizes my own keyring by the scratch and the weight, and still looks at it twice. When a door closes now, I feel it in my ribs. Not fear exactly, not safety either. Something that lives between them, and knows its way around the dark. He knows where the edges are. I know where the edges are. There's no truce in that, but there's a map. It's not the map I wanted. It's the one I have. And every night when the house settles and the refrigerator clicks and the street sounds roll in and arrange themselves into a city's version of lake water, I listen. I don't wait. I listen. Then I lock up, and I sleep as far into morning as my nerves allow. When I wake, I check what needs checking, and I go on. Not brave, not broken, just permanent. I don't scare easy. The army hammered that out of me. I've held pressure on holes that should have ended a man in minutes. I've done it in heat that smelled like burnt metal, and I've done it in the dark. When my wife Elise and I bought the lakehouse outside of Burlington, I figured I'd finally earned quiet. The place sat on a narrow cove off Lake Champlain, a low deck facing the water, a gravel path down to a weathered dock. It was simple. A roof, 4 walls, a place to sleep, and a place to fix a cup of coffee and watch the sun rise. I found out fast that quiet can have teeth. We moved in late fall. Cold mornings, thin frost on the railing, fog most days, if the wind held off. Vermont fog isn't wisps, it's a weight. It comes in off the lake and smothers the tree line and the dock, and the far shore until there's nothing left but the gray at your feet. It was during that gray pre-dawn time that I heard it the first time. I woke up because the air had gone thin in the room. If you've ever been in a tent when the weather flips and pressure shifts, you know the feeling. Ears tight, breath feels shallow, even though you're pulling fine. I lay there listening to the house. Old place noises, the low clunk of the baseboard heat, a soft tick from the kitchen sink. Elise breathed steady beside me. Then I heard something I couldn't slot into any box labeled normal. A voice from the water. It was not a word, not a sentence. It was a sound people make when words won't fit. A long, dragging, raw call that came up out of the fog, like it had to climb to reach the house. I got to the window without moving the curtain too far. Outside was nothing but the reflected strip of the deck light and the gray breathing around it. The voice stretched thin in the distance, then swallowed itself. I stood there until the heat clicked off and the silence seemed heavier than before. I told myself it was a loon, but loons don't sound like every rib around a man is wrapped in rope. The next afternoon I was in town for sandpaper and a handful of deck screws I didn't need, because hardware stores are where you go to pick up local knowledge without asking for it. The clerk with a Red Sox hat scanned my stuff and told me folks around the cove keep their dogs inside on foggy mornings. I hadn't mentioned the fog. I didn't press it. When I stopped for coffee at a diner on North Winooski, a woman sat on the stool next to mine with a wet winter hat and a face like she'd walked against the wind her whole life. She glanced at the lake mud on my boots and asked which road I turned down. I told her the name. She didn't blink. She said, "If you hear anything from that water before the light, ignore it." She said it like an instruction you give a kid about the stove. She went back to stirring her coffee without looking at me. Her hand shook a little. She kept stirring. I said I'd grown up around lakes. I knew loons and ice heaves and all the tricks water plays with sound. She said, "I'm saying ignore it," and finally looked at me. "You'll want to go out, don't." I went home with that line riding shotgun in my head and filed it under things strange old locals say to new neighbors to feel superior. But part of me noted the timing, the fog, the way she didn't put a story around it. Just a file folder with one tab, ignore it. For a week, mornings behaved. Fog came and went like a tablecloth pulled gently and put back down. I settled into the rhythm of the house. I oiled the door hinges so the bedroom wouldn't creak. I tightened the deck boards. I put my med bag by the mudroom door, because a man who stops carrying his tools is a man who starts hoping help lives next door. The voice came back on a Tuesday, pre-dawn. The same pressure change, the same thin feeling in my lungs. The sound came in slow like a tide, stretched and broke apart into a wet cough that hit me like muscle memory. It was the cough you get when you've breathed water. I wasn't a firefighter, I wasn't a cop, I wasn't on duty anywhere, but I had been the person standing closest when a body stopped behaving right, too many times to count. I had moved toward yelling in the dark. That had been the job. I pulled on pants and boots and went to the mudroom. Elise called my name. I told her I'd go check the dock. She stayed in bed. That's not judgment. We'd been married long enough to know when to trust the other person to come back inside. I didn't take a flashlight. The fog eats flashlights, and I needed my ears. The deck boards had that skin of damp that comes right before ice. I opened the door and the sound died the way a radio dies when someone pulls the plug from the wall. That was the first time I noticed the pattern. The voice came when I was inside, and stopped when I stepped out. I stood on the deck and listened to the water breathe. The lake makes a sound like a big animal under a blanket when the wind's pinned. Somewhere across the cove, a boat rope tapped a metal cleat with a regular, patient sound. I walked down the steps to the path and stopped at the first bend, because I felt the stupid urge to call out. I didn't. I remembered the woman at the diner. If you hear anything from that water before the light, ignore it. I went back upstairs. I didn't sleep. Daylight came slow and thin. The fog lifted into a higher layer and the far shore showed up like a smear of pencil line. I poured coffee and carried it outside with the mug wrapped in both hands, because warmth is ballast. That's when I saw them for the first time. Wet footprints on the deck. They came from the direction of the path and ended near the sliding door. Bare feet, larger than mine by a hair. The water line had soaked the wood darker, each print clear with the heel and the spread of toes. There was a pause between the last two, like whoever made them had stood there longer, considering the door. I set the mug on the railing and crouched. They weren't mine. I had boots on when I'd gone out. Elise wears slippers that leave little track. These were bare, not much dirt picked up in the center, which told me they came straight from the wet. I followed them back toward the steps. On the top stair, the prints thinned. On the second stair, they faded like breath on glass. By the bottom stair, they were gone. The path down to the dock held dew, not prints. I checked the door for smudges. Nothing. I walked the deck. The boards creaked in familiar ways because I'd spent a week learning them. Nothing new. I told Elise what I'd seen. She made a face I recognized from the ER waiting room years ago, when we'd watched a man's mother get told her son would be fine, and she'd kept being scared because she didn't know how to stop yet. Elise said maybe a teenager had gone for a night swim, or maybe some animal had come up from the water and the pattern was playing tricks on me. I agreed. I said I'd find a motion light for the stairs. I said I'd put down a mat near the door. That night, the fog came in earlier, before midnight. The temperature dropped so fast my breath made little storms when I stepped onto the deck to smoke. I don't do that often. I picked it up late in a war zone and left it behind later. But some nights want a flame. I stood there under the yellow pool of the deck light and thought about the footprints, and the cough that wasn't a bird, and the woman with the shaking hand. I went inside. I put the butt out in the sink with the water running, because that's a habit I will not break. I turned off the deck light. The sound came back from the lake like it had been holding its breath for the cue. A long, low, desperate call that hauled itself up past the rocks and the reeds and stood in the middle of our deck with its head bowed. I turned the light back on. The sound cut off. I slept with my med bag at the foot of the bed. The local authority came into it because I made them. Not that night, not the next, but after a third morning of footprints that faded halfway down the stairs, and a phone call from Elise at her office in town, where she works with kids who can't sit still, asking if I'd considered we had someone living rough near the cove. I called the sheriff's office and told them we'd had a trespasser. I left out the timing and the fog and the sound. A deputy came out in a cruiser and parked at the end of our gravel like he didn't want to risk the undercarriage. Young guy, clean nails. He took my statement and walked the property with me, hands on his belt, head tipped like a bird listening for worms. He saw nothing. He didn't look at the water the way you look at a place you understand. He told me to call if I heard anything else and drove off slow. I watched his taillights fade into the trees and felt stupidly grateful for the noise his engine left behind. I tried to be an adult about it. I put a camera on the deck. Not the fancy kind. I'm not a paranoid man, just a practical one. And the hardware store had a basic unit that sent clips to my phone when it detected movement. I set it to trigger on the stairs and the sliding door. I set a motion light near the path. I adjusted the sensitivity until the dust motes didn't set it off. The next morning, I woke up with the same pressure-sick feeling. The noise rose out of the fog and cracked off like an engine backfiring underwater. I lay there and counted my pulse without meaning to. When it leveled out, I got up and checked the deck. Wet prints, darker this time, like someone had stood with more water dripping off them. Same size, same path, same fade to nothing at the top stair. I went to the camera. It had recorded one clip at the exact time the sound broke. The screen showed the deck in that gray-blue tone, cheap security footage loves. The frame shook a little like a hand breathing. The motion light at the path flared and died. The clip ran for a handful of seconds, and in those seconds nothing crossed the deck. No person, no animal. The only change was a darkening of the top stair, like someone had set down something wet and lifted it again. I watched the clip a dozen times. I used to tell young medics not to repeat procedures to make themselves feel useful. You do the thing once, right, and you move on. But I watched that clip repeat, because the part of me that had rushed toward bleeding people for years needed the next step. There wasn't one. I started sleeping in the living room, where I could sit up fast. Elise told me she felt safer upstairs, further from the deck. We tried to split the difference by leaving the bedroom door open at night. We are practical people. We are not dramatic. The local source, the woman from the diner, saw me again in town. She didn't sit. She stood behind me in line at the register and said, without hello, that you can hear a loon and think it's a person. I told her I grew up near a different lake and I knew the difference. She told me again, in that even tone, ignore it. I wanted to ask her why. I wanted to ask her if she'd heard it herself. I wanted a story to put around the sounds and the marks so they would be part of a shape I could hold. She didn't give me one. Maybe that was kindness. Stories have edges and edges cut. That week turned into another. The sound came in the pre-dawn and quit when I opened the door. The steps came on the deck in the night or early morning and evaporated halfway down the stairs like they'd been poured from a bucket, and then air dried. The camera showed nothing I could point at. The motion light sometimes flared and died, and sometimes stayed stubbornly off while the prints simply appeared by morning. I stopped making coffee before the light. Something in me had started to recalibrate my day around not giving the lake an audience. The fog was the fog. I could not control it. I could control when I moved through it. That's what life comes down to when you strip away the pride. What you can control and what you can wait out. The last week, the wet footsteps changed. I don't mean the pattern. The pattern stayed from the path, across the deck, pause near the sliding door, then fade. The change was in the way the wood sounded under them. I started hearing them. I would lie on the couch in the dark and hear the first soft tap on the lower stair, then the next, then the flat slap of a wet foot on the deck board close to the potted plant Elise had put by the railing. I would hear 2 or 3 more, deliberate, not hurrying, as if the person making them did not worry about being seen. When I opened the door, the sound would stop. The deck would hold the prints but not the steps. I stood there in bare feet one morning and pushed my toes into the cold boards and tried to imagine the mind of the person who would come out of a lake in the dark and walk up to the house and stand there listening to the sleeping inside. I tried to imagine it as a joke. I tried to imagine a drunk from the far side of the cove, a college kid with a dare. I tried. You can live a good long time on the calories from a plausible lie. The deputy came back because I asked him to. This time he brought another guy with older eyes who had spent some time near water. We walked the shoreline. The older one told me where the lake eddies would drop debris. He pointed at a place where the reeds nodded, and said if someone came out of the lake there in the dark, they'd cut their feet. He crouched at the bottom of the stairs and ran a finger along the wood until it came up wet. Then he rubbed his thumb and finger together. He didn't say anything. They took a report. They told me to lock my doors. They told me to call if I saw a person. I had the sense standing by the cruiser that a report had been filed somewhere before. Not about me, but about the cove, and that the report spoke in the same plain language. Fog, pre-dawn, unexplained vocalization, wet prints. The older deputy didn't write that part down. Maybe you don't write down the weather of a place when you live there. You just know to bring a coat. I could feel the house getting smaller around us. Elise started packing a weekend bag on Fridays without talking about it. We'd drive inland and stay with her sister. We'd come back Sunday afternoon, and the house would feel normal again until the first fog rolled in and the pressure changed, and my lungs felt thin, and I could hear the deck breathing. I lasted 3 more weeks. That's the truth. The last morning that broke me didn't have anything more dramatic than what came before it. The sound came out of the fog the same way. It cut off when I opened the door, but when I stepped onto the deck, I could smell the lake on the air in a way I hadn't before. Cold, organic, full of old reeds and stone. The wet prints stood darker and sharper than they had any other morning, and one of them overlapped the print I'd left the night before when I'd stepped out in bare feet for a second without thinking. That overlap got to me. I stood there with my hand on the doorframe and stared at the place where my foot and some other foot had shared an inch of space, separated by a thin slice of time. I am not a mystical man. I don't see patterns in tea leaves. I saw a wet mark on wood where 2 people had put their weight, and I felt the sense you get when a stranger uses your name in a room you thought you were alone in. I closed the door. I told Elise we were done. We listed the house before the snow came. We priced it to move. We didn't tell our agent about the sound or the prints because we didn't know what they were, and I wasn't going to turn us into a story somebody in town half believed and half enjoyed. We sold to a couple from out of state who stood on the deck and said they loved the fog. They were good people, I think. I saw their faces and saw a kind of fresh hope you only get once or twice. We moved into a small place near the hospital where I volunteer part-time teaching first aid to teenagers who listen. Because the world scares them, but not in the way the lake did. I sleep through most nights now. On foggy mornings, I wake up and walk to the window by habit, and see nothing but the streetlights and the slow-waking city. You want to know if I regret leaving? People ask that with their eyebrows when they hear we sold a lake house in Vermont. I tell them we made a call. I tell them not every decision needs a story. Sometimes a place tells you in the only language it has that your shape doesn't fit there. Sometimes the thing you can control is where you stand when the fog lifts. The woman from the diner saw me a month later at the grocery store. We recognized each other without wanting to. She looked at the loaf of bread in my basket like it could give her the news. I said we sold the place on the cove. She nodded like that was a weather report she'd heard before. She said nothing else. Neither did I. We stood there for a moment while the automatic doors breathed cold air around our legs, and then we walked out into the morning that belonged to the town and not to the water. I still don't know what I heard. I know what I didn't do. I didn't go down to the dock in the dark. I didn't call back to the sound and make myself part of it. I didn't trace the footprints with my fingers and pretend I could measure fear with a tape. If you're looking for more, for the sharp thing at the end that makes your neck go tight, I don't have it for you. The story is a place and a voice from the water that knew the hour when listening is easy. The story is a deck that held weight I couldn't see and let it go without complaint. The story is that a man who doesn't scare easy learned the shape of a threat he couldn't grab by the collar and drag into the light, and he stepped back from it. That's all. That's enough. I bought the lakehouse because I've always believed in ugly things getting a second chance. That's my whole deal. Find the foreclosed, the water-stained, the sagging porched, and turn them into something that a normal person would choose on purpose. This place sat on a still, shallow cove off Lake Lanier, half screened by pines, with a crooked dock that listed like a drunk. The listing photographs were a mercy. They never caught the smell. The air inside had that damp, still weight you get in houses that haven't had a voice in them for years. The kind of quiet that presses, not rests. I was there with my partner Leah, who has better knees and a better head for numbers. We planned to walk the place, map out the fixes, and call it a night. Day broke gray and stayed there. The afternoon thinned out. We put our bags in the front room and did what we always do: split up and make a list. The lake house was older than the tax records admitted. You could read the breaks in the story by the paint lines. The front room had beadboard wainscoting that started as white, then fell into beige, and then into a tone I only know from cigarette packs. The kitchen floor had a soft spot near the sink that would swallow a screwdriver if you weren't careful. The air tasted like wet paper. We found the hidden part by accident. Leah knocked on a pantry wall to figure out why it shared so little space with the hallway. The third knock rang just wrong, hollow with a hitch. I got down on the floor with my phone flashlight because that's how we live, and saw the thin hairline where paneling met a makeshift jamb. Paint covered screws, except it didn't. Whoever did it rushed the job or figured the next person wouldn't care. I pried gently with a painter's tool. Left to right, the panel shifted. The seam lifted with a damp sigh, like pulling tape off skin. Behind it, a short square opening had been cut into the wall and finished with raw 2x4s. Inside was a narrow, dark space you'd miss if you weren't looking for lost square footage. I don't name things in houses. You start saying nursery and you'll see a crib in every sun patch. Say office and you'll forgive a tiny room for starving you of air. I didn't name this. It wasn't a closet. It wasn't a crawl space. It was a deliberate carve-out between the pantry and the back wall, walled with a patchwork of plywood like someone was learning their way through a puzzle. Low ceiling, no switch. We pulled out our flashlights full and went in. The space swallowed sound. That's not drama. Insulated walls do that sometimes. But this had an extra hush that felt like a hand on your throat, enough to make you talk quieter even in your own head. The floor was rough plywood. The corners had metal plates bolted to studs, angled brackets, heavy-duty, over-engineered for what they were. On the far side, a boxed rectangle of framing, projected from the wall at shoulder height, like a shelf without a shelf. The edges were sanded smooth. The screws were new. Leah touched one of the brackets and flinched like it hurt. She said it was cold. The house wasn't. We found 4 of those brackets placed at intervals that didn't match any shelving standard. There were also dim scratch marks along 2 studs, vertical, regular as hash. I have put up enough shelving to know when the holes are meant for wood. These weren't. They looked like they'd once held something long and straight and repeatedly adjusted, as if someone kept changing their mind about what height made sense for a very specific purpose. We didn't need to say much. We stood there under the hush breathing sawdust and damp, and I felt that small buried engine of mine that loves ugly jobs stall out. The truth of a room like that is simple. Someone built it to do or hide something they didn't want seen. When you fix houses, you accept that sometimes you'll pull up a carpet and find a stain you don't want to name. This felt like pulling up carpet and finding a stain that still knew your name. We backed out, slid the panel into place. The pantry closed over the opening like a lid. Leah wrote down notes that were just for the inspector, and her own sense of order, non-permitted wall modifications, structural anomalies, possible illicit retrofit. I kept my hands on the painter's tool, because it made me feel like I had a job again. We stayed as the light outside leaned toward evening. I wanted to take exterior photos and confirm the line of the back wall from outside. We walked the foundation, checked the grade, and saw nothing that told on the inside. The siding ran flat, no bulges, no vents. Whoever did it knew how to conceal. We decided to stay until after dark, to see how the house read at night. I tell myself it was about due diligence. The real reason had more to do with stubbornness. You don't buy a foreclosed lake house for a song and then let it sing at you. We ate takeout in the front room. The lake threw a skin of reflected porch light back at the windows. Wind passed through the pines at the road and didn't touch the water. It was still, damp, and quiet. The kind of quiet where a single noise makes a map. The crunch came late, when midnight had set the temperature lower and made the glass sweat. Gravel on the driveway speaks in a clear dialect. Weight on stone. Not a stray branch, not a raccoon. Someone stepped outside the window line where your eye expects darkness, and there was a shape where black had been. We didn't leap. We stood up carefully and moved to the interior of the room, away from where we'd backlit ourselves without thinking. The porch light was off. We'd left it so on purpose. The driveway curved in close to the side door, and then widened out by the pines. I heard the weight shift again, closer, patient. No shuffle, no hurry. A person who knows gravel. Leah touched my arm and pointed to the kitchen. We moved that way slow. Bare feet on old hardwood which will tell on you if you let it. Floorboards keep secrets until they don't. We skirted the pantry because it felt like a named thing now, even though we hadn't named it, and took a line toward the back hall where the side door was. The moon was out, pale through the pines. Enough to paint edges, that was how I saw the shadow move along the side window frame. A head and shoulders past a cut of light, steady like a person looking for one specific thing. There are choices and there is air. We didn't make a plan with our mouths. We had the kind of talk you do standing still with your eyes saying yes. And now, Leah slipped her phone to silent. I picked up the keys from the counter and they chimed once because keys are idiots in a crisis. The noise barely rose and I hated it like it had betrayed me. The shadow paused. The house held its breath. The next sound was metal, soft, brief, the kind a tool makes when it taps a glass by accident. It came from the wall we had opened that afternoon. The line was too clean to be coincidence. Whoever was out there was on the outside of the pantry wall, which shouldn't have had an outside. We didn't wait to learn anything else. We moved. We stayed low enough to keep out of the window lines, and high enough to make it around furniture that had been left by people who lost the place. I had a sudden too clear picture of the previous owners, doing whatever they did in that hidden room, and then forgetting to take the couch. I pushed it away, and opened the interior door to the garage. The hinges blessed us and didn't complain. The garage smelled like wet cement and old lawnmower. We stepped in and pulled the door shut behind us, soft as you can when you understand sound has weight. The car had sat there with the hood cool all day. I didn't let myself think about openers or noise. We used the manual release on the garage door, lifted it together, slow, palms under the panel to spread the force so it wouldn't stutter. It rose and gave us a view of the driveway, which looked like a small pale river in the slice of moon. We coasted the car back before starting it, letting the grade do the work. Tires on concrete, then tires on the lip, then tires on gravel. The stone spoke under us. If the person at the side of the house had ears, They were listening to us draw a line away from them. We hit the road and I turned the headlights on once we were out under the pines. We didn't talk. You don't talk until you have a line of other houses on either side of you, and a convenience store sign that means 3 bad coffees, and a cashier named something like Doug. We found a gas station a little off Buford Dam Road that ran late into the night and parked under light we didn't have to control. The first thing I did was feel my hands and see if they were shaking. They were steady. It almost made it worse. We called it in. There's a way you make that phone call when you work on houses. You lead with the thing that matters to professionals. Possible non-permitted construction, evidence of unlawful activity, active intrusion. You steer your voice somewhere between calm and urgent, because you want the person on the other end to take you seriously without dismissing you as emotional. Leah's better at that than me. She did the talking. She told them where the house was and what we found. She said we had left for safety. She asked them to meet us there, which was the right thing to do and the last thing I wanted. We drove back with patrol lights flickering our return for us. There's a feeling when you pull up to your own property behind a cruiser. It shifts the story. The house is no longer potential, it's a scene. 2 officers met us at the drive. I kept my sentences short and gave them the sequence. Late afternoon, discovered hidden space during inspection. Found structural hardware that didn't fit with code or a common sense use. Left panel closed. Night. Heard someone on gravel. Saw a person outside near the side wall. Heard the tap of metal. Left called. They took it down in a way that told me they didn't think I was making it up, and also didn't think we were going to find anything cinematic. That was fine. I didn't want cinematic. I wanted them to see what I saw and either say, "We've seen this before," or say nothing and make me feel like my life had always been a parking lot under a gas station light. We followed them inside. The 4 of us moving through the lake house that had felt like mine for maybe a day. The front room held the same leftover couch, and the same stale cat smell you get even when no cat ever lived there. The kitchen still had the soft spot by the sink. The pantry stood where we'd left it, closed and bland. I could find the seam under the paint in the dark now. I felt for it in the light and couldn't. The paint line was continuous. The slight hand-cut approach to the jamb had become a clean factory angle. The screws were gone in the most complete way a screw can be gone. That is, they were never there. The shadow of the hidden opening had been sanded into a flat wall. The inside hush was gone because there was no inside. We looked at each other because what else do you do? One of the officers pressed the wall lightly. He knocked 3 times. It sounded like wall. He stepped back and started asking the right questions. Was I sure? Where had I pried? Had we moved anything else? Did we have photographs? We had our phones. We also had the kind of fatigue that makes you open the gallery and scroll past 100 pictures of joists and soffits, because this is what we do. We hadn't taken a single photo of the hidden space. We had taken pictures of the exterior, and of the foundation, and of the water stains in the master, but not the thing that mattered. It wasn't a rule in our heads, don't photograph crime, but it might as well have been. We said we were focused on getting out. That was true, and it sounded thin. The officers walked the line of the house. They went outside with flashlights and painted the siding in bands of pale, slow light. They came back in and checked the pantry again, like maybe the wall would change if they looked at it enough. They found nothing to hook into. The metal marks we'd seen on the studs were the kind of thing you can only prove if the studs are still exposed. I felt a shape of anger I couldn't use. The house was just a house again. The quiet was normal quiet. The air was the same lazy air of a damp summer night on a lake. It should have been a relief. It wasn't. The thread we had didn't just break. It was as if it had never been spun. One of the officers told us they'd make a report and step up patrol past the address for a while. He said that kind of thing happens sometimes with properties that have been sitting. He didn't say what kind of thing. He didn't have to. I knew where the missing panel had gone, but I couldn't put a name on the person who did it, or on what it had been used for. The silence in that space had felt shaped. That was the part I couldn't let go of, even as the pantry stood there and dared me to prove it had ever been more than shelves. They left. The red and blue washed the pines and then drained away. and the night closed like a good lid. Leah and I didn't want to sleep there, and we didn't want to walk away from a thing we owned with our names on it. We compromised by sitting on the front steps with our backs to the door and watching nothing move across the gravel. The lake held the moon like always. The dock listed like always. The wind moved the pines and left the water alone. We didn't talk much. There's not a lot to say when the thing is simple. We had uncovered evidence of something that we were not qualified to handle. The person who built it had come back to finish what we had interrupted, which was destroying the evidence. We had been in the way for a little while. We'd stepped out of the way. That's the whole story if you say it that way. I wish that was the end. It is in the sense that nothing else happened that night. The house held. The lake didn't say anything. The dawn took a long time, but it came. We left at first light and found breakfast in town. The server refilled our coffees and asked if we were fixing up a place out by the water. We said yes and left the rest out loud. We went back that afternoon with a contractor I trust. He ran his hand along the pantry wall and said he hated the paint color. He measured the run of the hall and the inside of the pantry and said on paper nothing was missing. The measurements matched. I argued with tape and memory and lost. The wall was the wall. We kept working because that's what we do. You don't stop because you hate something about a room. You fix what you can fix. We replaced the soft spot by the sink, ripped out the front room carpet, painted over stains that had no story we could prove. We pulled out all the pantry shelving and found nothing behind it except studs that had never been touched. Angels on the head of a pin, clean and smug. We reinstalled new shelves and named them pantry, because sometimes names have to be forced. I still listen for gravel. That's the part that stayed. It's a simple sound. Stone under weight in the dark, when your house is still figuring out if it will let you belong. It makes a map. I hear it in my head when the real driveway is quiet. I hear it when I'm on other job sites too, where the ground is asphalt or dirt, and the rhythm doesn't even translate. But my chest does it anyway. Tighten, pause, wait for the next step. We sold the lake house to a couple who wanted weekends on the water, and a dock that didn't list. We gave them a place that was honest on paper. We had receipts for everything we touched. We had nothing to show for the thing that mattered, because it was gone clean. I told them about damp in summer, and how to pull the door when the lake is in the air. I didn't tell them about the hush behind a wall that isn't there anymore. That might be a failure of character, or it might be me understanding that some stories pull people toward themselves, and I don't want to help. I can tell you the facts. We found a hidden area with hardware that didn't belong in a pantry. That discovery brought someone back to the property. We heard them at night. We saw the attention they paid to that wall. We left without ceremony, and we lived because of it. By the time the people with authority came, the thing we'd found had been cleaned out like it had never existed. That's the list. That's the whole weight of it. I keep the painter's tool I used that day in the pocket of my work bag. It sits with the good tape measure and the pencil that won't hold a point. Every time I touch it, I remember the feel of paint letting go, that soft peel sound, and the pressed engineered quiet that followed. My job is to fix what's wrong and put things back in a way you can trust. I think I did that. I also think there's a part of that house that will never be honest again, whether or not it's on paper. When I pull up to new places, I park and sit for a minute. I listen before I open the door. Gravel speaks. Sometimes it says nothing. Sometimes it tells you someone is exactly where you don't want them to be. If you hear it, believe it. Not because there's magic in the sound, just because there was a night on the lake when weight pressed down, and the stones under my window spoke the only language they have, and I understood enough to leave. That's all. That's enough. That has to be enough. I went up to the lake to sleep. I told my boss I needed a long weekend, packed a duffel with soft t-shirts and the book I've been pretending to read, and met my friends north of Seattle where the road runs out at the water. The cabin belonged to Aaron's uncle. It had an actual dock, the old kind with bleached boards, soft as bread at the edges. Pines leaned in from both sides. The lake was the color of a bottle held to the light. I work nights behind a bar in Capitol Hill. Anyone who has ever ghosted through the last call hour, Sticky mats, a glass that looks clean until you tilt it, knows how your brain starts living in a pocket of noise. You sleep in slivers. The lake promised a full night, or at least quiet enough to fake it. We were going to play cards and eat junk food and swim if we felt like it. I wanted to hear the sound of nothing and let it flatten me. There were 4 of us. Erin brought her boyfriend Tyler, who wore sporty sunglasses and called the cooler the Yeti like it was a member of the group. Jess drove up from Tacoma in a Subaru that smelled like sunblock and coffee. Me with a half-busted phone and a pack of lime wedges I forgot to leave at work. We unlocked the door, found the key under a rubber stone like all lakehouses seem to have, and stepped into dust-mote light in the stale breath of closed rooms. The wall clock ticked with that confident cabin tick, a little louder than a city clock. The fridge clicked on. The dock winked through the back windows. I could feel the floor tilt toward the water. It stayed clear all afternoon. We took turns sitting on the dock with our feet in the lake. I watched a thin scum of pollen gather at the edges and break apart when a motorboat went by far out. You think of lakes as flat, but they're always flexing tiny wind lines. The track of a fish near the surface, shadows that move in ways you only notice when you give up trying to notice anything. I slept on the couch because it faced the windows. If I woke up in the night, I wanted the lake right there. Everybody picked a corner of the cabin to claim. We stacked our bags by the sliding door, so we wouldn't track sand into the bedrooms. We were a bunch of soft city people trying to feel like camp kids again. We took those candid photos you take when you're trying to prove you're relaxed. Erin, head tipped back laughing. Tyler pretending to grill. Jess drifting on a foam noodle a few feet from the dock, her sunglasses brighter than the water. No one said we were being watched, because why would you? You don't make that the first thought at a lake house in good weather with your friends around. You notice the air, the way sound travels, a screen door somewhere making that springy whine, a float plane scribbling the sky and gone. The first odd thing arrived early. I was on the dock with my feet in, my calves already streaked with lake mud, and I looked up to the tree line across the cove. The sun hit a bit of glass there. Not even a full flash. More like a blink, like someone there, something there caught the light and pocketed it again. My eyes watered from the glare off the water. Your brain puts it where it wants. Mine said a roof vent, a beer bottle, a piece of foil. I looked down and made a game of not looking back. We grilled things that turned out black and still cold in the middle. We put a speaker on the deck rail and played the music you think you used to like. By twilight, the lake went flat as if it had been ironed. Bugs found the screen at the porch light and threw themselves at it until they got tired. I felt sleep coming from a long way off, like watching weather crawl across the water. The plan was shower, big t-shirt, couch, no phone. I made a show of putting the phone face down on the low table next to a half-read paperback and my car keys for my own benefit, more than anyone else's. I put my bag by the door because it felt like a line. My stuff here, the night there. We stayed up later than makes sense for people who came to rest. Cards happened. Jess, sweet as she is, keeps a running commentary that puts a little flair under everything. It kept the lake in the room with us. Between hands, I'd look at the black window and see our faces moving, like the aquarium fish you get for offices. That was all. Water and our window ghosts. When I finally stretched out on the couch, I could still taste the aluminum of the beer. I caught the reflection of the dock light in the glass, a steady coin of glow, and let it fix my eyes. The cabin clicked and settled. Someone in a back bedroom coughed. Somewhere at the tree line, a barred owl did that odd question mark sound, and then stopped for a long time like it had surprised itself. Silence is never silent at a lake. It's layered. You hear the nearest layer, a creak in the dock. The layer under that, the slush of a fish turning. The layer under that, which is only your own blood. I let myself go down. When I woke, it was the kind of dark that has temperature, a cool dark that touched my teeth. The dock light was still on. The little coin of glow in the glass sat where it had been, only now the water beyond it was not a black mirror but a hole. I heard something drag slow along wood, not big, not heavy, but definite. A rope being tugged, a hand not caring how much noise it made. I lay very still because when you work behind a bar long enough, you learn the physics of drunks, and the physics of not waking people who will be worse if you wake them. I told myself it was wind pulling the line of a kayak or canoe, tied to the neighbor's dock, even though the air felt still enough to crack. And later as a fuzz. I must have slept again. When I opened my eyes, the window had gone gray. Fog tries on the lake in the morning like a shirt. It was doing that, hanging low in strips. Birds were suddenly loud. I sat up and felt the small wrongness that comes when you can't immediately name the thing that moved. My phone wasn't on the table. The book was. The keys were. The little wet ring from my beer was. In the exact circle of itself. The phone was not. I have walked a bar after closing, convinced I'm ready for anything, and felt that same float in my stomach when a regular, who left an hour ago, is suddenly standing there, hunting for the card he forgot to swipe. It's not fear, it's pressure, it's air that has weight. I checked under the couch. Even though I knew, I checked the gap by the leg, found an old penny in a cobweb, and knew in that way you know a drink is going to go wrong, that the phone was not there because someone had moved it. Not wanting to wake anyone, I did the stupid slow dance of trying to look like I was not searching. I lifted a folded blanket carefully, put it back carefully, opened the zipper on my bag at the door, and peered in like the phone would hide under my underwear out of shame. On the deck, the air had a wet coin taste. I slid the door open, stepped out, and saw the other wrong thing. A kayak tied to our dock. We had not brought a kayak. No one we'd waved at the day before had stopped to say hello or asked to tie up. It was one of those red plastic ones, faded on the lip where sun always hits. The tie line was clean, a simple figure 8 around the cleat. Someone had taken the time to make neat work of it. The seat was wet like it had been ridden not long before. The paddle rested across the cockpit as if someone had draped it there to be careful. The lake was empty. The fog had lifted off the near water and lay farther out like low breath. Across the cove, the trees held their green and said nothing. I stood there with my bare feet going cold on the boards, and could feel something organize itself behind my ribs. All the bone-deep tired I had banked on felt like the opposite of armor. It felt like a skin that would tear if anybody touched it. Inside, the others were waking, zippers, the thump of feet, a toilet flush that sounded for a second like it was in the wrong place. I told them about the kayak. I told them I couldn't find my phone. I made my voice even and flat, the kind of steady you use with someone who's had a couple too many and is about to say a thing they shouldn't. We walked down the dock and stared at the kayak like it might confess. Tyler picked up the paddle, turned it, and set it back the way it was. Erin said she'd text her uncle and ask if anyone used the dock. Jess suggested the neighbor, then pointed out that we didn't have neighbors close enough for a casual tie-up. We looked at the woods. The flash of glass I'd seen the day before returned to my mind with annoying clarity. I didn't say anything about it because it felt like feeding a thing I didn't want to grow. I went back in to make coffee because that is what you do when there is a wrongness you can't touch. You put water over the wrongness. You wait. We found the first photo near the end of breakfast. Not on a device. Not glowing in a feed. A printed. It lay on the kitchen counter under the salt like a postcard you meant to mail. It was us on the deck from the night before. The angle was wrong for anyone inside the cabin. The background geometry said someone had stood out past the edge of the yard beyond the shadow line and lifted a camera. The focus was crisp where it shouldn't be and soft where it should. Our faces had that candor you can't fake. I had my chin down laughing. Erin's hand mid-gesture. Tyler blurred just enough to say motion. Jess turned half toward the lake with her mouth open, like she was about to call something out. I picked it up without thinking, and the paper was cold. I put it down because I realized I didn't want my fingerprints on whatever that was. This felt stupid, in a cabin where our things were everywhere. It felt like not picking up a glass because you don't want to give the glass your name. The room lost depth, all the space between the table and the door, and the deck compressed into a single plane. Your body does that. It takes away the places someone could stand that you can't see. We didn't call anyone. I tell myself we didn't call because there was no one to call. But there are always people to call. You can call a lot of people when you're scared. We stood in a group the way the unsober gather, too close, mirroring each other's faces without meaning to. Tyler said it was probably nothing. Erin said the uncle's friend sometimes checked on the place. Jess said that would mean he came inside to drop this, and then stopped. We all looked at the locked door. I put my hand on the knob to feel the simple truth of it. Turned and deadbolted, the same as when we'd gone to bed. A stranger having our image is one thing. A stranger setting it down inside a place that was supposed to be sealed, that's another. That idea moved through me like a hand. Day stretches weird around a fear. The light had no grip. I couldn't tell you if it was tender too. We took small actions that pretended to be plans. We untied the kayak and retied it the same way just to see if the knot felt like anything. We told the story to ourselves in quieter voices to see if it would change. We listened for the sound of a car on the gravel road and heard nothing but the stiff click of the wall clock and some distant boat slap far out. By late afternoon, the quiet went bright with that hard lake glare that makes your head ring. I found myself looking toward the tree line in a way that made my neck ache. The flash didn't show itself again. That almost made it worse. An explanation taken away is heavier than one given. We ate early. Ate like we were carb loading for a run. None of us would take. The deck lost color. The water went back to ink. The dock light coin returned to the window. No one made a joke after a certain point, and not because we said we wouldn't. I lay down on the couch again because I couldn't quite admit to myself that I wouldn't be sleeping there. My bag still sat by the door. It had my wallet, a sweater, the good socks you bring to a place like this, because you believe in small comforts more than you believe in locks. I looked at the bag. I looked at the door. I looked at the coin of light in the glass. My eyes found a rhythm and submitted. At some point between the time the cabin settled and the time the cabin woke back up, I felt the air shift inside like someone had opened a door, then closed it again very softly. I told myself it was the temperature flipping. I told myself houses breathe. I told myself a lot of things that are true only when nothing else is trying to be true at the same time. When morning came, the kayak was still there. The line was wet. The seat held new beads of water, or the same beads in different places, which felt worse. The lake mist lay in a low band like a held breath. We found the second photo an hour after. It was on my pillow. I hadn't made the couch. I'd just thrown the blanket forward. The photo lay under the pillow where my face had been. If you sleep in the back of a bar long enough, you dream with one ear for bottles moving where they shouldn't. Ford's bubbles moving where they shouldn't. Waking to a stranger's paper on your pillow, with your name under it in invisible ink, is the same kind of wake. I didn't need to see my name. I felt the shape of it. The image was taken from higher, closer, and more deliberate than the first. It was me on the deck, sitting on the rail, looking toward the tree line. My head was turned just enough that my face caught the camera full on. My eyes were a thing I didn't want. The picture caught the moment you recognized the idea of being seen. I had been looking where I thought the glint had been. The lens had been somewhere else. My stomach went flat. The room did its planes again. I set the picture down, as if setting would negate placing. I looked at the sliding door lock and felt the kind of betrayal you feel when the wrong person has your house key for a reason. That made sense last week. We didn't argue. We didn't explode into motion. That would have been a kindness. We moved like people on a polished floor. You don't want to slip, so you step carefully, which only makes you more aware of how far you could fall if you did. Jess went quiet, which made me notice all the oxygen her usual chatter carries. Aaron cried once in a bathroom with the faucet going, and the sound came through the wall anyway. Tyler walked to the end of the dock and stood there until I had to look away because the distance between the boards and the water was not enough to hold him. We packed in that way you pack when you pretend you are not reacting. Each object had weight. You put a shirt in a bag like a person who was not thinking about a lens you didn't see. My bag by the door, faithful line, found itself zipped and upright without me deciding to make it so. I looked at the couch and had to press my tongue to the roof of my mouth. I checked again for the missing phone because that's what you do. I checked drawers that had no reason to hold it. I checked under a rug as if it might be matted there like a leaf. It didn't turn up. Loss has a shape. This wasn't it. This was the shape of a hand taking. On the drive out, the trees crowded in as if to keep our exit tidy. The long gravel road offered its one left, its one right, and then became highway. There is a feeling when you leave a place wrong. The back of your neck works too hard. The car sounds like a whispering room where you are not the subject. We didn't talk about the pictures. We talked about the gas station we'd stop at. We talked about whether to leave the kayak tied or call the uncle first. We agreed to text when we got home. We didn't. In Seattle, the air smelled like sourdough and rain on hot pavement. I unlocked my apartment, set my bag down in the little square of entry where shoes go, and stood in my own kitchen where the wall clock ticked the city way, soft and apologetic. I went for my spare phone, the old one, still on a charger for nights after late shifts when your current phone dies and you still need to order a ride. I don't keep magnets on my fridge. I don't keep pictures out. If you want to know why, I can tell you 100 bartender reasons. People leave things they shouldn't. People show you things you didn't ask to see. You learn not to hang on, even in paper and ink. I was halfway to the drawer, where I keep the old phone, when sunlight glanced a new shape on the counter. I stopped because I could feel the cabin air in my apartment air, like a cold coin in a warm hand. It wasn't another photo. It was the slip of paper you get when a film lab prints your order. A narrow white strip, date and time blank, no name, a sequence of numbers I didn't recognize, and the word order. I stood still a long time. I listened the way you listen at last call, when the door swings and the air shifts. The old tenant's floor squeaked above me exactly where it always does. A bus sighed a street over. My wall clock made the soft sound it was always made. I put the paper in the drawer with the dead phone because I didn't know what else to do. I washed my hands because I needed something that made a simple kind of sense. When I went back to work that night, the bar lights felt too bright. The bar top had the sticky good clean it gets after a bleach wipe. A guy in a mariner's hat ordered a beer and looked up at the TV where a game happened in a neat rectangle. I poured, I wiped, I said. The rhythm took me. The muscle music of it. I don't keep photos in my house now. I don't let other people take mine if I can help it. If a friend lifts a phone, I duck and make a joke about bad angles and bartender superstition. If you want to know where the lake was, I won't say. I live in a city where landmarks are currency, where the corner of Pike and Broadway actually means something, where Volunteer Park is a place your feet know. The lake can keep its own name. It knows the geometry of my face. It has enough of me. Every once in a while, I wake the way I woke in that cabin, at the depth where sound and pressure meet. The room holds its planes too close. The air is a little too cool. Sometimes there's a small sound, not heavy, not big, fabric shifting on wood, paper touching paper. I wait it out. I breathe like I'm counting cash tips. I let the darkness have its layers and refuse to lift them. And when I get up, I check the couch, as if I left a phone there last night, and I touch the top of the low table I don't own anymore, because I got rid of it after my hands began to remember its exact edge. The surface feels what it feels, plain, mine, empty. Everyone told me the log house was a liability. Taxes, maintenance, the long drive up the crushed limestone road that turned to gumbo when it rained. I saw a number. The number our agent circled in blue ink after the last viewing. If you accept that list, she said, you're out of debt by Christmas. For once, being the oldest being the heir felt like a stroke of luck instead of a lifetime of paperwork. We drove up on a Thursday to meet the contractor for a final inspection before closing. 2 days, I told my partner Lina, sleep over, walk through in the morning, head back to the city by lunch Friday, celebrate in the evening. She brought a bottle of kava. I brought the folder with the offer, the insurance rider, and a stack of my grandfather's journals I never meant to read. The journals weren't nostalgia. They were evidence. I found them the week before under a false bottom in his old fishing trunk after the realtor asked if I had anything quirky to disclose. The first page was a photograph. Our dock at night, milky with fog, a small human shape in the lower left corner, a watermark wave cresting near their ankles, though the lake was windless. The following pages were dates, sketches of symbols, spirals and intersecting triangles, lists of sounds, and contact prints. In the margins he had written, "Do not turn your back to the water and they claim by familiar name." and other fragments I kept telling myself were products of isolation and too much bourbon. It should have been a red flag. It became a checklist. Thursday afternoon. The sky was ashy with rain that never arrived. The pines kept making that whisper that sounds like a crowd agreeing. The house looked smaller than I remembered. My mother used to call it a lake cabin to make it cute, but time had given it tilt and grudge. Even so, it was a piece of land on a clean lake within driving distance of money. I'd had 3 calls from developers in the last year. I was finally going to do the responsible thing. Lena said she was proud of me, and I knew she meant for not backing out. The contractor texted from the highway that a truck overturned, and he'd try to make it in the morning. We spent the early evening walking the property lines and removing old pisted signs. With a satisfaction that surprised me, I wanted it to look handled. We opened windows to let out the musk and unrolled the rug in the front room. I set my folder on the kitchen table next to my grandfather's stack of journals, because I hadn't decided what to do with them after. While Lina unpacked, I checked the 2 trail cameras I'd mounted on posts 2 weeks prior after the last weird viewing. Buyers claimed they'd heard whispering outside the bedroom window that stopped when they called out. I laughed it off then. But the old man had paid for 7 different motion-activated cameras over the years, receipts in a neat manila envelope, so I figured one more round of paranoid wouldn't hurt before I signed my name. I scrolled through the images on my phone. Deer, raccoons, a fisher cat with eyes like damp coins. Then a series from 3:13 a.m., the previous Monday. Nothing. Then the slimmest suggestion of a shoulder near the boathouse door. No face. The next frame. The boathouse door opened half an inch, though the lake was glass and there was no wind. The last frame. A necklace of water ripples expanding from the dock ladder. That was all. No prankster mid-splash. No kids' wet shoe prints on the planks at dawn. It's astonishing what you can convince yourself is a trick of light if it keeps the story you want on track. Night came early. We turned off every light in the house to watch the loons shoulder the moon. Thee and I fell asleep on the love seat with my jacket over her feet. I made it to 1 in the morning in the rocking chair. Before my eyes closed, I woke up at 3:40 to a sound that wasn't a loon. It was steps. Not on the porch. Not on the stairs. In water. The slow swish of something walking where there shouldn't be anything to step on. The back windows face the lake. From the rocking chair you can see the dock, and reflected faintly your own pale face. I didn't move. At the edge of the kidney of shore near the old boathouse, I could make out shapes, 4 of them. Humanoid, in the way a scarecrow is humanoid, as if someone had read the definition of a person, and then constructed one from reeds and intention. They were lined up shoulder to shoulder just at the weed line, and each of them stepped backward, not off the bank into the water but back into it, as if the lake were an open door they were reversing through. No splashes, no missteps. The last thing to go under on each was the crown of the head. Something knotted there, rope or hair or a band of reeds, and then they were gone. The ripples came after, as if the water had only just remembered the equations of a body. I didn't wake Lena. Even now I hate writing that. I thought this is mine to handle. I thought if she sees what I think I saw, she'll force us to leave tonight, and the sale will spook, and the money will evaporate, and it will be my fault. So I did what my grandfather had done. I wrote down the time and where the moon was in the window, and what the air smelled like, wet iron, and what I thought I heard something like breath inside the boathouse, and I waited until it was light. We walked down after coffee. The boathouse door was latched from the outside. The tall grass around it had been pressed and crawled through. Inside, the boards were wet in patches like someone had shaken off there. On the workbench, a tiny camp made of lake stones, arranged in spirals and triangles that matched my grandfather's drawings. A tin can with charcoal rubbed to paste. A few fish bones on a piece of someone's t-shirt. The stench was fresh. Lena went pale and then bright. "We are not staying here," she said. And her voice did a thing I had only heard once when her mother fell down the stairs last winter. I took photos. I told her we'd call the sheriff, we'd make a report, we'd get the contractor to change the boathouse lock, and then we'd be done. I made it sound like a sequence. Lena said fine. Call. While we waited for a return, we each read different pages of the journals. She held one about knots and marks left at the threshold. I skimmed one where my grandfather had developed a whole roll of film of the empty lake, and then circled nothing as if nothing needed punctuation. The deputy came around noon, a man in his 50s with the posture of a younger one. He looked through the boathouse, stood on the dock and scanned the water, and asked if anyone else had a key. Besides, he said, nodding at the for sale sign I'd left by the road, people see opportunity. They get bold. He took a few pictures with his phone. When I asked if he'd ever had calls like this from the north side, he said sure. Kids in kayaks. A group that camps on the islands. Sometimes people decide your property is public. As long as there's no gun, it's trespass. You can press charges if we catch them. For now, I'll tell my night guy to swing by. We didn't leave. I told Lena the presence of law enforcement would cool it down. That one more night was fine, that we'd pack in the morning and head straight to closing. She looked at me for a long time and then said, "I don't know who you're trying to convince," and went upstairs with her book. I spent the afternoon installing 2 more cameras and moving the truck closer to the house. Money fixes only feel like fixes when you can draw a straight line from cause to effect. Out here the line's curved. Just before dusk, I went to check the truck, thinking about an early start. The hood latch was askew. The hood itself felt light when I lifted it. Light in the way a house feels wrong when a window is open somewhere. I'm not a mechanic, but even I could tell the radiator hose had been cut clean. It looked like a mouth held open by force. The battery cables had been loosened. The brake line nicked. Sugar scattered like hail across the tray under the engine. The spare tire, the one I hadn't thought about in 5 years, had a slit so straight it might have been done on a workbench. I don't remember deciding to make no sound. There are instincts older than speech. I closed the hood and went inside and sat down on the kitchen floor because it suddenly felt safer to be below the windows. Lena came in and saw my face, and I told her we couldn't drive out before sunrise. There was a moment where I could feel 2 timelines. The one where she accepted that and the one where she didn't. She chose a third one. She went to the bedroom and came back with her boots and jacket and said, "We're leaving. On foot. We'll cut through the southeast trail to the county road and call a tow from the payphone at the bait shop." "We can't see the trail in the dark," I said, as if that was the important part. "We can," she said. "We have headlamps. What we can't do is stay." We lasted until midnight. Then panic is a solvent. We put on our packs. I left the folder on the table without meaning to. On the front porch, the world smelled again like wet iron. When we reached the yard, the loons were silent. Halfway to the tray line, every wooden thing in the vicinity, dock, boathouse, stairs, spoke at once as if someone had put a hand on each and pressed down. Not a crack. A long, slow complaint. We didn't run. We didn't turn back. The only rule I could remember in that moment was my grandfather's "do not turn your back to the water." So we walked sideways along the edge of my own lawn like trespassers, facing the lake, headlamps throwing cones into the reeds. At the southeast corner, the trail pinched between the property line and a slump of old windthrow. Someone had strung a tripline of fishing leader across it at shin height. I saw it in time because the light caught the little swivel. There were 3 more at knee and waist. Past that, someone had leaned a matrix of wet, heavy branches against the trees, as a kind of loose barricade. We climbed over, tearing our jackets. The last thing we heard as we stepped onto county land was movement in the water right where the boathouse shadow ends. Not swimming. Footfalls. An entire chorus line of retreat. We made it to the road. Lena called the deputy from the one spot you can sometimes catch a bar. He met us at the bait shop at 2 in the morning and offered to drive us back up so we could sleep in the house, because his brain, unlike ours, still followed the grooves of normal. We said no. He frowned at the refusal. He said he'd go check on the property. He asked again if we wanted to sign a trespass complaint, as if paperwork might snare whatever was stalking my inheritance. We filled out the form in the cab of his truck under the yellow of the shop light. He kept clearing his throat like he wanted to give advice he couldn't defend. At dawn, we went back in his truck. The trip lines were gone. The barricade was gone. The boathouse door was latched from the outside. The hood of the truck was shut, neat as a brochure photo. Inside, the house looked staged, rug rolled, windows latched. The folder with the offer back on the kitchen table, exactly where I had left it, face up, except that on the manila cover in the dust, Someone had drawn a symbol with a damp finger, spiral, triangle, spiral. We didn't spend another night there. We didn't go to closing. I told the agent a story about family consensus and second thoughts. The truth was simpler. Once we declared we were trading that shoreline for money, something that considered itself resident became organized. They had been watching a long time. My grandfather's journals and 10 years of camera cards made that plain. The dates line up with every attempt to list every time a surveyor came. The day I put the for sale sign by the road, the frames on the camera doubled. The next day tripled. The deputy called a week later to say he'd found boys camping on the far bank. Beer cans, a tarp, a half-built lean-to. Probably your trespassers, he said, tone triumphant. He wanted the line from cause to effect as much as I had. I said okay and thanks, and promised to remove the cameras to stop instigating. We moved into Lena's sister's basement for a while. It wasn't money exactly that broke us, though I know how it reads. It was the thing in me that put the folder on the table and left it there even after seeing what I'd seen. The thing that made me decide alone. I kept thinking about the 4 figures stepping backward into the lake and how it was the same way I had been moving. Not retreating exactly, but returning to an older claim. After a month of not talking about it, Lena said she was going to stay with her sister in Vermont for a bit, and the bit became 3 months. When she came back for her books, we sat in my kitchen and didn't say anything about the lake. She kissed my cheek. "You didn't keep me safe," she said. There was no accusation in it, only a ledger balanced. I go up now in daylight with a mechanic and 2 cars. I park on the county road and walk in with my headlamp off. The cameras don't always pick up movement. Sometimes the only frames are a fog and the lake, and sometimes in the corner there's a suggestion of an ear, or a knee, or a band of reeds, that distinguishing thing the deputy would call costume, and my grandfather named without naming. The boathouse always smells a little like charcoal. The symbols on the workbench change shape. The radiator hose is new. The for sale sign is in the garage rafters, face turned to the wall. If you ask me what it was, I'll say people. If you ask me if they were human, I'll say it depends on whether you think claim is a human word, and how old you believe the lake is. If you ask me if I'm going to sell, I'll tell you what my grandfather wrote in the margin where the paper had softened with handling. The house is not mine. The house is the line. I took the lake house because I needed to hear nothing. That was my pitch to myself while I packed a week's worth of groceries into a cooler and saved podcasts I never did play. My cousin Leah had the keys in a shrug. "It's way out," she said. "The water's good if you don't mind the silt. Place needs work." She didn't say remote like a warning, just like a fact. On the map it hovered northwest of Duluth, a black tear in the green. When I turned off the county road and onto the sand and gravel lane, the trees on both sides narrowed overhead and the air went cool. The lake showed up as a flat sheet through the last of the birches. It looked like poured oil. I parked in front of the low deck and watched my breath fog, even though it wasn't cold enough for that. The house was 1 story, the boards grayed out, the roof bowing a little. The good window, the big one, faced the water. From the deck it was all view. I thought that's the part I'll like. That and the quiet. I took the lake house because I needed to hear nothing. That was my pitch to myself while I packed a week's worth of groceries into a cooler and saved podcasts I never did play. My cousin Leah had the keys and a shrug. "It's way out," she said. "The water's good if you don't mind the silt. Place needs work. Night comes early when there's nothing else to do." The last color drained out of the pines and the water absorbed it. I steeled myself for a long audiobook and then didn't hit play. It was good to sit with nothing. The first noise came right when I convinced myself I'd sleep fine. By late afternoon, I'd convinced myself it was pleasant. A little rough, but privately rough. The water lay dark in the square of glass, with the light laying slow across it, as if the day was too heavy. I put my phone on the mantel where a TV used to be. No bars. I walked out onto the deck and leaned on the rail. The lake was flat enough that the same dock post and a leaf stuck there all day. That seemed funny, in a petty way, like the leaf had given up halfway to shore. Inside, the place smelled like old wood and damp paper. I opened every cabinet and closed them again. because there were dead spiders and the ghost of mice. I wiped down the counters and put my cooler groceries in the old fridge. It held an even hum that barely covered the outside silence. There was one bedroom with a narrow bed and a pile of extra blankets that looked clean enough. The bathroom had a door that didn't latch unless you lifted while you pushed. The big window was in the combined living room and kitchen. Someone had upgraded the lock on the front door and installed a dumb little plastic camera over it. The motion sensor light above the deck had its lens fogged, and the bulb had a dust cocoon. I made a mental note and then didn't change it. It was a thump against the deck, low and wet, like somebody dropped a soaked towel. I went to the door and opened it a crack. The motion light flickered, tried to wake up, then went dark. The lake was black. I could see myself faint in the big window's reflection across the room. My head bent at the door like I was listening to myself. Then the smell hit. Not rot, just a wrong sweetness cut with algae, the way a fish market smells out on the sidewalk. I stepped out, toes cold on the boards. There was something at the top of the deck steps, pale as a hand. It was a fish, clean. It's a small one, maybe a walleye, open guts scooped clean. It lay like a dropped glove. A second one lay a step below it. I followed them down as far as I could see. The light refused to hold, and then I stopped. I stood at the top step and looked up and down an empty shore. I laughed once at nothing. I got a garbage bag from under the sink and picked them up by the tails. By the time I reached the second step, my fingers were slick, and I couldn't help thinking how someone had run their knife just so. I tied the bag and took it to the bin at the side of the house. I washed my hands and let the water run until it went cold. The second night, the lake was flatter, if that's possible. The air sat heavy and the house gained a tick plank, as if it was settling back onto its own nails. I made ramen in a pan on the old stove and ate at the small table by the window. The water stayed black all the way to shore. It didn't even show the sky. I was watching it out of habit when the knock came. I slept badly, not because I was scared, because my brain wanted to decide if that was a prank. Leah's place was out enough that nobody walked by. The neighbor place down shore was dark, nothing in the driveway. My phone had one faint bar. If I pressed it to the big window, I composed a text to Leah about your local fisherman fan club, and then deleted it. It sounded like I wanted her to tell me it wasn't a big deal. It wasn't on the door. It was a gentle tap at the side of the house, then at another spot as if someone walked it with a finger. It circled steady and slow, and when it hit the window glass, I froze. The tap there didn't sound like a knuckle. It sounded like a small flat hand. My skin climbed my arms in a wave. I stood in the dark until my sight came back and the outside went back to black. I told myself to go to bed. I told myself not to talk out loud. On the way down the hall, I saw the front door chain hanging and went back to set it. The camera over the door clicked and blinked its own red light at me. It didn't look real. There's a light switch right next to the window. I flipped it without thinking, and the lamp lit up the room and washed the glass white. The sound on the other side stopped. I put my palm flat to the pane. It was cold and too thin. I switched the lamp off immediately, with a cheap spike of embarrassment, as if I'd shown my face to something that hadn't asked. I stood up so slow I felt foolish halfway through the motion, then kept going because it would feel worse to sit back down. I put my ear close to the glass. I could hear the lake, not waves, a rubbing sound, a slick, slow move, the way you slide a plate across a table. It moved along the wall from one corner to the next, like it was testing for a scene. In the morning, when there should have been wind and gulls and some lake movement, the water lay still as poured asphalt. On the deck steps, another fish, belly cleaned, laid spine up like someone had posed it. I bagged it without looking closely. I didn't call Leah. I didn't want to describe the sound the glass had made when I put my hand on it. I wanted to break the spell by doing normal things, so I went to town for coffee and somewhere to sit where other people existed. The nearest place was a diner on the highway, with a fishing calendar tacked up crooked. I asked the counter guy if there were kids around the lake sometimes. He said not many in the off-season. When I told him which lake, his eyes didn't change. That would have been a neat story beat, so of course it didn't happen. He only said, "That's a quiet one." I woke to a thud against the door. Not hard. A test. I stayed in bed and felt the bed argue with gravity. After a while, it stopped. I didn't sleep after that. Back at the house, I checked the door again. The new deadbolt had a fine scratch around it like someone had tried a key that wasn't a key. I ran my finger around the metal and felt the nick like a paper cut. The little plastic camera had a different blink pattern I hadn't noticed before. When I got the app open, it showed no events. That was either a bug or a joke on me. I disabled it. It felt like powering down a nightlight and daring whoever lived in my head to complain. It didn't take long. The circular sound started a slow glide along the siding, translated through wood. The knock repeated, light and steady. It touched the window and moved on. I sat very still. Something brushed the lower frame, and the pain hummed with it like a dull drum. I did not stand up. I told myself this was a pattern, and patterns were less frightening than surprises. On the third night, the weather didn't change. The air came into the house with the door, and it had that moist, flat smell lakes have when they keep their secrets pressed down. I set my chair by the window and turned the lamps off. I told myself I was looking at nothing on purpose. If you stare long enough, the dark gives you shapes, and you can pretend you saw what you wanted. About then, my phone buzzed on the mantle with a message from Leah. It was only a question mark and a photo of the lake house from summer. Green water and friends on the deck. The screen lit my face and threw a square of weak light across the ceiling. In that light, I saw my reflection in the window, and then something behind it pressed flat to the glass with a soft, patient weight. It was a hand. If a hand was scaled down to the wrong size, fingers more delicate than they should be. The heel of a palm, the print invisible and soaked. The glass bent. I saw it. No trick of light. The pane bowed in toward me by a fraction. Then another hand to the side of the first, and the push deepened like something testing flex. No scraping, no squeal, just a steady sliding pressure that didn't care if I watched. I sat with my breath stuck, while the pain moved in and then recovered when the hands released. My body did the dumb thing with the light again. I flipped it on. The pain went white and the hands vanished. The glass sprang back with a thump, like a ceiling vent resetting. The sound outside stilled. I turned the light off immediately, heart kicking, and said, quietly, stop. It wasn't a prayer or a command. It was a word to myself, a request to keep from being the kind of person who encourages anything. From the hall, the front door chain settled with a tiny metal click. I hadn't heard it lift. I walked over and saw the chain still in place, but one of the screws that held the catch had loosened to an angle. The wood around it showed a crescent of fresh damage, just enough to mark the effort. Not careless, repeated, patient. I stayed up in a chair and watched the window until the sky behind the trail line got lighter by degrees, and then didn't break enough to be called day. The lake didn't move. Birds didn't play. When the light was honest, I went outside and looked down the siding. Every few feet, a scuff. Not deep, but regular. On the deck steps, there were no fish. On the bottom step, a line of clean scales like confetti. I checked the back door I hadn't used. The security bar across the frame had a new dent at the end, where it met the jamb. The tiny screw plate for the deadbolt strike looked worked. The wood fatigued by the same angle of pressure, again and again. A person doing that would have given up and gone home. This wasn't a person. That afternoon, I called Leah. I told her she should remind whoever stored things here to stop leaving fish. I let the rest sit behind the words. She told me nobody had been up since Labor Day. She laughed in the normal way and told me to text a picture, which I didn't do. It felt like photographing it would invite it to be less shy. I said it was fine. I wanted it to be fine for her because this was her place, and because I had the stupid pride of wanting to be the kind of person who could handle an empty house by a lake. The sound came sooner, almost as if my preparation brought it. The slow, wet glide along the siding. The gentle, regular knock at points you couldn't reach unless you knew where the studs ran. The air in the room changed, as if the house held its own breath. When the touch hit the glass again, it came quiet, without preamble. A hand pressed, then another. I watched the tape line shift a fraction. The pane bowed. It didn't crack. The movement was a living thing. I whispered no without meaning it as a spell, just as an inventory of what I wanted. That night I did one thing different. I taped a strip of painter's tape along the edge of the window where the glass met the frame. Just a hairline marker. If anything moved, I'd see it in the misalignment. It was a dumb science project, probably useless, but it gave my hands something to do that wasn't just clenching. I set the chair back a foot because I'm not fearless, and because the image of the pane bowing in had set behind my eyes like a scratch on a lens. In the unlit glass between my face and the black outside, new shapes gathered. I did not see faces. I didn't see eyes. I saw the slick suggestion of more hands, low to the floor, high near the top rail. The ghost of prints left and lifted, left and lifted. The pressure changed like a tide in reverse. Something waited while something else pushed. I sat with it until my knees ached from being braced, and my jaw trembled with holding still. Somewhere between midnight and a time I stopped naming, a voice came from the wall by the door, quiet and close, like a person leaning with their mouth to the wood from the other side. It said only one thing: keep it dark. I kept it dark. I kept the chair where it was and placed my hands flat on my knees like I was coaxing my own body to stay inside itself. The hands on the window pushed until the tape line crept a little more, then eased. I let the room grow colder. The sound made a circuit of the house, siding, frame, door, glass. It taught me its route. That felt like a worse intimacy than any word. Not a shout, not a trick. Plain like advice you give a neighbor. I sat there and tasted the word dark like it had a temperature. I didn't speak back. I didn't move toward the switch. I understood immediately that I'd done the wrong thing each time I lit my own face up against the glass. Light was permission. When the voice didn't come again, I fell asleep sitting up. I woke with the light pale enough to make out the tape which had stretched, not broken. The misalignment was small but visible. The glass had bowed and not fully returned. The screws on the door chain had backed themselves out another degree. The strike plate around the deadbolt had a soft tear in the wood, like a slow worry from a small tool. At the back door, the security bar had a matched dent, exactly like the night before, widened. I lasted one more night out of stubbornness and a dumb, thrifty principle. I'd told myself I was taking a break here, and I hadn't gotten the break. That's the kind of thinking that hurts people. But in this case, it just kept me between black water and thin glass for one night longer. On the deck steps, no fish. On the middle step, a wet line across the width, as if a fish had lain there long enough to bleed water and then been removed. The motion sensor light looked the same. I changed the bulb as if that mattered. It woke and glowed weak and polite. Day had the exhausted quality of a hospital waiting room. This time, when the voice came, and it did, it came before the hands. Keep it dark, it said, and the word landed on the back of my neck like a damp cloth. I obeyed. I sat, and the sound circled, and the window took and released pressure. It wasn't theater anymore. It was a process. That's what made it worse. Processes end. One way or another. At some point I saw the tape curl where the glass flexed again, and a quiet, clean crack spidered out like frost. It didn't make a pop. It made a hairline and then another. I stood without deciding to, heart in my throat. The pain breathed in. The house responded with a low groan, more complaint than crisis. I saw in that breath, in that flex, the version where the glass came in quietly, and the hands came through quietly, and the door later, the chain, the bar, everything took the same slow, soft damage, until there was no barrier that counted. The idea that the dark was protecting me had been a gift I'd taken, because it let me stay. Keeping it dark meant I didn't have to witness the thing that would break me. It did not mean safety. The directive had given me time at the price of slow surrender. The person who whispered it could have been human. The tone and the cadence were ordinary. The house had enough humans in its past that they could leave echoes. Or they stood outside then, on the deck, head against the siding, and spoke through wood with the lake smell thick in their hair. There were 2 readings and neither kept me. I turned on the lamp deliberately and left it on. The light filled the room and made the window a mirror again. The pressure on the glass stopped instantly. The sliding at the siding quieted. No voice came. That told me as much as anything. The quiet was interest, not retreat. It meant I'd signaled a change. I packed in the light, not frantic, efficient. I left dishes in the sink and the sheets on the bed. My hands shook only once, when I lifted the deadbolt and the chain, and a small amount of fine wood dust sifted down from the strike plate like the aftermath of sanding. I locked the door behind me, because a person who found it later should not be invited into the same map. On the deck, the motion light held steady for once, brave as a candle. The lake smelled wrong. Not foul, not dangerous by itself, just not right inside a human nose. At the top of the steps lay one more cleaned fish, set carefully facing the house. I stepped over it. I did not look down into the black water. When I crossed the short patch of dirt to my car, I heard the slow slick slide along the house's siding resume. It traced the route it had taught me, against the glass, along the door, back. The deck boards flexed with the shift of weight somewhere I wasn't watching. I slept at a cheap motel off I-35, where the walls were dense, and the windows had a layer of storm plastic like some blizzard had been held off in the past. In the morning, I drove home on the fast roads. I didn't look at lakes. I told myself that the fish were a message I didn't want translated. I told myself the voice wasn't interested in me so much as in a rule. Keep it dark. I told myself that if I had followed that rule, the rule would have followed me back. I drove before I thought. The lane took me past the birches and back to the county road. The trees thinned. The car took breath where I hadn't. In the mirror, the lake became just a dark place between trees. I told myself the smart thing I'd done was to break the pattern early, before the glass decided whose side it was on. When I got to the highway diner, I sat at the counter and did an order. The counter guy asked if I was okay, and I said I'd take coffee to go. My hands left damp prints on the paper cup. I texted Leah in the parking lot. I told her I'd gotten spooked by a raccoon or something. The word something looked honest enough. I told her I'd clean up later, I'd left it neat. She sent a thumbs up. The lakehouse is still there. Leah offered it back to me as if my week away had helped. If you stand on the deck, you can watch the big window find the line between inside and out. You can see yourself as a dim shape behind the glass. You can imagine the bow with your palm pressed flat. If the quiet is what you want, the lake gives you all of it. If you wait, it will ask for a little back. If you obey the request, it will ask for more. I'm not going back. If Leah needs me to pick up a tool from there, I'll say yes, and then hand her cash and tell her to hire someone local, someone with their own rules, someone better at ignoring a voice in the wall that sounds like yours when you talk to yourself in the dark. The fish lay on the kitchen counter as if it had been set there for a lesson. Its skin was pearl gray and slick, the meat beneath pale and precise, a single seam running the length of its belly like a zipper. Whoever cut it knew exactly where to turn the knife. I stood in the doorway with the grocery bag biting the crook of my elbow and watched the last drip of lake water bead and fall from the tail to the tile. My cousin Darren had insisted I use the house. Good for your head, he'd said. No neighbors, quiet. He'd met me in town, slid the spare key across the diner table with a thumb, and then, just before standing, like he'd remembered something that could not be forgotten, said, "When you're there, listen, stay inside after dark. Don't open the door for anything. If you hear talking, if you hear walking, it isn't for you. Ignore it." He had smiled then, thin and unsure, like someone trying to make a superstition sound like a joke. I'd laughed for both of us. I'd needed the break. Not from work so much as from the constant white noise of other lives beating against mine. The lakehouse was his solution. Plank floors that gave underfoot, shutters that clicked in the wind, a line of black water hugging a shore of reeds. Quiet, he'd promised. My phone barely caught a bar on the porch, which felt like a mercy. The fish had not been there when I arrived. I left the groceries on the table and took the dish towel from the oven handle. The fish was cool and heavy, and when I lifted it, the incision peeled like a smile. Something inside had been removed and not cleanly. The cut was too straight for a knife held quick. It was measured. There were faint indentations on the counter where it had rested for a while, a print of moisture and scales. I opened the trash, slid the fish in, tied the bag. My hand smelled like metal. I told myself it had to be a prank. Local kids, Darren had said he never locked the place. Small towns pinned keys behind wind chimes and called it trust. I locked the front door and the back door, and then both, again just to feel the latch catch. I checked the window latches lever by lever, the way a pilot is supposed to move down a list. At dusk, the lake went from slate to mirror, and then as if someone cut the cord on the sky to black. There were no sounds but the occasional hiss of reeds. I made pasta and ate it standing at the counter, watching my reflection in the window become the room itself. I told myself I was safe. I told myself the fish had been some leftover thing Darren forgot. I turned on the kitchen radio to a station that alternated between country songs and weather reports, and when the talking got too folksy and slow, I clicked it off. Silence came back like a hand on a shoulder. I went to bed early to outrun it. The first night, sometime after midnight, I woke to the sound of a door settling, not the house's drifting creaks. This was a metal tongue sliding in a mouth. I went to the hallway and stood listening. The back door, a thin rectangle of old wood cracked with paint, gaped open an inch. The chain lax. I could see a strip of the patio beyond, pale under the sky. I was certain I had locked it. I closed it, turned the deadbolt, set the chain, pulled once to make sure. My heart made a small performance in my chest. I didn't sleep well after that. In the morning, I told myself latches on old places slip. The house had its habits. I made coffee on the little gas stove and drank it on the steps, the mug warming the flat of my palm. The lake lay so still it looked staged. A dragonfly stitched erratic Z's over the bulrushes. On the second step, pressed into the wood's grain, were 5 ovals of damp, each the size of a small coin, each topped with a crescent where weight had rolled to the front edge. I placed my bare foot beside them and matched my toes. The prints were lighter than mine, not quite full adult, not child. The spacing was wrong for shoes. It was like someone had stood there patient, listening. I texted Darren Fish in the kitchen. Doors opening. "You been by?" He wrote back 20 minutes later. "No. Stay inside at night. Don't open door." No explanation. I called and it went to voicemail. I nearly said I'd leave, but something stubborn in me flared. This was supposed to be a place of quiet. I'd been quiet in all the wrong ways elsewhere, holding my tongue in meetings, backing out of promises to see friends because the city made my head feel like an overplayed song. I didn't want to give up my quiet to a joke. The second night, I set a chair under each doorknob and wedged a broom at the back door like I'd seen in old movies. I checked the windows twice, and then again. I left the hallway light on. Sleep came in scraps. Sometime deep into the black, I heard footsteps. Deliberate, slow. Bare skin on wood is not a loud sound. It's a whispering suction, the soft part of a heel finding purchase. Toes lifting off and leaving a small tacky kiss. I heard that sound move across the back steps, onto the boardwalk by the reeds, and then around the side of the house. The boards out there are thin. You feel the weight more than hear it, a transfer through wood into bone. I sat up and every hair on my skin lifted with the surety of it. The steps stopped by the kitchen window. The clock on the stove ticked like a small, brave thing. I didn't move. I watched the shadow of the window frame on the hallway wall. Something broke the shadow, and then went away. After a long minute, the steps resumed, rounded toward the front door, and halted right on the other side as if the person had put their shoulder to the panels and cocked their head to listen. "Hey," a voice said. "Hey, you awake? Open up." It was a man, or a good mimic of one. Not loud. The practiced softness of someone who didn't want to wake the house, who didn't want to scare. Behind him, another voice, a woman, said, "Please, we need to come in." I didn't speak. The chair under the knob carried my breath back to me in small vibrations. The voices didn't knock. They waited. Darren said. The man murmured, and my whole body tightened at the name like a string drawn up a hair. He said you were here. They knew his name because everyone knew everyone here. Or because of something else. The woman said, "It's not safe for you alone. Open the door and we'll check the house. We saw someone. We're neighbors." There were no neighbors. On the intake drive, I'd counted miles of trees and 2 mailboxes listing in the ditch. The nearest light at night had been my own. I went to the kitchen in bare feet. moving only the parts of me that needed moving. The back door was open again, wide this time, the chain hanging like a dead line. The broom lay on the floor as if placed gently aside rather than knocked. The chair at the front door made its small protest with each shift of weight outside. I wanted to call the police and had no signal, only a bar that appeared and disappeared, as if it were a fish coming to the surface for air. I pictured dialing, the call going through, a dispatcher asking where I was, the address slipping out of my mouth like a coin into water. The voices came again, almost tender. "You don't have to be scared. Open up," the man said, "and we'll make sure the locks are good." I stood by the kitchen radio and turned the knob until the static became a song. I was afraid of my own breathing, afraid to even face the door. I thought of Darren's warning. Don't open the door for anything. As if in saying it, he'd wound some old mechanism that had begun to spin the moment I arrived. Another 5 minutes stretched, and then the voices retreated. So quietly I wasn't sure they were gone. I moved back down the hallway and slid down the wall, my knees to my chest, the clock ticking and the song on the radio bleeding into an advertisement for a tractor sale. At dawn, I found the front door's lock scratched, not with a key but with something trying to learn its shape. On the porch, a small pile of pale scales clustered like coins, and beside them a length of fine fishing line, almost invisible until the light caught a strand. At the far edge of the step, 5 damp ovals again. The prints were newer than the dew. The lake lay flat, indifferent. I could have left then. I should have. I packed. I put my clothes back into the suitcase in the bedroom, then unzipped it and took them out again. The quiet in the day did its work on me. The house held the night like a memory you doubt in daylight. The fish in the trash had begun to smell. I tied the bag tighter and carried it to the bin by the shed. A crow watched me from the birch, head cocked, as if I were feeding it a good story. I texted Darren again, longer this time. I wrote what I'd heard, what they'd said, that they'd used his name. I apologized oddly for not opening the door. He didn't respond. An hour later, a message came through from him that was only a single sentence, the punctuation halting like speech tapped out with a finger. "Stay inside tonight, please. Don't talk to them." The third night, I gave up on sleep in the bedroom and sat on the floor in the hallway with my back against the wall. I set a kitchen knife on the floor beside me, just to have the feeling of a plan. The house held its breath. No cars, no planes, only the occasional pop of wood, as if the place were correcting its posture. I heard them earlier than before. The bare feet, careful as a ritual, moved around the house, circled once and then twice, as though measuring it. A pause by the back window, a pause by the kitchen door, a long pause by the front door that wasn't quite a pause because beneath it was the smallest shuffle, like someone shifting weight from foot to keep the body warm. On the third circle, a soft pat against the glass, as if someone had put their open hand there just long enough to love the cold. When the man spoke, he said my name, not just the first one, the full thing. He said it syllable by syllable, patient. He said it the way people who want to sell you something learn to say it so it sounds like they know you. It hollowed me out. "We know you just want quiet," he said. "We can help with that." The woman said, "It's hard out there, isn't it? So loud. You won't hear anything once we're in." After that, there wasn't room in my head for anything but the word no. I reached for the knife and found my hand shaking. I didn't like the knife. I didn't like the person I was with a knife. Rehearsing how to use the small space of a hallway. I put it back down. The front doorknob turned, the chair under it tightening into a complaint, wood talking to wood. The chain on the back door rattled as if with impatience. I counted heartbeats. I thought of Darren's hands, always nicked from working, pressing that key across the diner table. I thought of the fish, opened, something missing from inside it that used to belong there. "We can see you," the man said softly. "We can see you sitting on the floor." I didn't move. Maybe he could. The peephole was at a height that would catch the top of my head. A side light I'd left on could have thrown my shape like a boat on water. "Open up," the woman whispered, and there was something in the way she made the word open longer than it needed to be that made me see, suddenly, the inside of the fish, the cavity where innards had been, the hollowing, and finally understand the kind of quiet they meant. I slid on my stomach across the floor, reached for the lamp by the corner, and turned it off. The hallway went to ink, my pupils trying to force more light in. I crawled to the bedroom, grabbed the suitcase, shoved it against the door from the inside, then dragged a dresser in front of that. It was ridiculous. The front door was the problem, but the act made something change in me from waiting to doing. The footsteps kept at their circuit a while longer, as if they were making sure I had nowhere to go but in. Then they stopped. The clock ticked. The lake made no sound. I kept my face in the carpet and breathed dust. I didn't sleep. I let the night wash through me, hour after hour. Like a current, you survive by making yourself small. When dawn came, it was like someone had let go of a string. The weight lifted so suddenly it made me shiver. I found the front door wide to the morning. The chair knocked over gently, as though moved aside by a courteous person. On the porch, in the patch where a welcome mat would go if anyone around here needed welcoming, lay another fish, smaller, the same incision, careful as handwriting. Beside it, coiled like a spill of hair, was a line of that same clear filament, leading from the latch to the leg of the porch bench. A simple loop, a simple trick. You could sit at the bench, tug the line, and make a door click open from a distance. If you wanted to. If the house wanted to. I closed the door. I locked it. I set the chair back. I turned my phone over in my hand, then set it down again. The lake was a mirror. I saw myself in it as a dark shape in a rectangle of light. I made coffee as if it were the only thing that had ever made sense. I waited for Darren to call back. I waited for the day to undo what the night had done. I waited for footsteps that would not come until dark, and voices I would not answer. And with each hour, the quiet returned to me and curled up somewhere I could almost touch, like an animal that trusts you enough to show its back. That day I did not pack. I cleaned the counter where the fish had lain. I rewound the filament and placed it on the shelf by the door, to remind myself the house was not magic, even if something else was. I told myself the quiet could be defended by attention, by staying inside, by the shape of my refusal. When evening came, I locked the doors, then locked them again. I checked the windows and the chains and the chair and the stupid broom. I sat on the floor in the hallway and laid my palm flat, feeling the vibration of my own pulse traveling through wood. The lake breathed its long black breath. Somewhere outside, bare feet found their balance on the steps. They made their circle. They paused. They said my name. They asked to be let in. I kept my eyes open until the night was over, and in the small hours when I almost believed myself emptied enough to be safe, I felt the quiet change shape from refuge to siege, and I understood that waiting was the thing, the whole thing, the space I inhabited now. I did not open the door. I stayed inside, listening to the house teach me the boundaries of its silence. Since I quit my job in June and drove up to a lake house outside Estes Park to get quiet. My cousin Aaron owned the place and told me I could use it if I didn't mind the creaky dock and the spotty cell reception. I wanted peace, silence, a reset after too many late nights hunched over a laptop. When I turned off the highway and bumped down the dirt road to the house, I told myself I'd stay a week, maybe 2 if the quiet felt good. The house sat close to the water, tucked between dark pines and smooth granite. There were other cabins around the lake, but the ones nearest were empty. A storm had passed through earlier that day, leaving the air clean and cool. The deck faced the lake. A narrow path dropped to a raised wooden structure that hovered over the shore and went out into the water. The dock looked sturdy enough from the deck. The wood was gray, the nails rust-stained, but it held. In the morning, the water line had moved. The day before, the lake lapped under the dock pilings. Now the rocks were glistening 20 feet out, and the dock hovered high over dry stones. I chalked it up to mountain lakes, doing mountain lake things, and made coffee. By afternoon, the water was back up under the dock as if nothing had happened. My first night, I slept like I'd turned a switch off. That pattern is how it started. The lake changed overnight, not with tides, but with unresolved decisions. Some mornings the water pushed up under the house's crawl space, black and flat, Other mornings it pulled away so far the reeds that should have been knee-deep lay against the stones like hair. I didn't trust my memory, so I took photos from the same spot on the deck before bed and after breakfast. The photos made me feel sane. The water really was moving. I could stack the shots and watch the shoreline breathe. He stood with me on the deck, looking across the water. A sailboat ghosted the opposite shore. The clouds hung low and soft. Aaron drove up on the third day with a box of groceries and an aluminum ladder. "The deck light's out," he said. "Figured I'd fix it and make sure you hadn't gone feral." Empty shore. Full shore. No storms. No rain. "The water's been weird," I said. "In the mornings." "How weird?" That night we Hajingi grilled burgers. We talked about Denver, which we both hated and loved. We talked about his new girlfriend, a dental hygienist with a long laugh. We did not talk about why I'd quit my job, which felt like a bruise I didn't want touched. He shrugged. "They drain from the reservoir up valley sometimes. Depends on snowmelt. It's always been fussy." When it got late, he headed back down the mountain. He didn't want to drive that road in the dark. Before he left, he gave me a half hug and told me not to think too hard. "You'll do something next," he said. "You always do." It came up through the floor. A slow, steady percussion like someone tapping a wet knuckle on wood. 4 beats, pause. 4 beats, pause. Not fast, not shy. I sat up and held my breath. The air pressed in my ears. 4 beats, pause. Sometime after midnight, I woke to a noise under the house. After his taillights left the trees, I stood on the deck and listened to the lake. In the dark, water sounds big. Every small wave is a decision. A ripple slaps a stone, and you can hear the shape of it. I went inside and fell asleep on the couch with a book on my chest. I stood there until it stopped. When it didn't return, I went back inside and sat with the TV on mute, the blue light painting the room. I told myself to stop making everything into a problem. I turned off the TV and slept badly. The morning was clean and normal, except the dock was gone. I told myself it was the dock, the lake, something swelling or shrinking and bumping. I walked into the kitchen for water, then out onto the deck. The night had that mountain stillness that makes you think sound is a thing you can touch. The stars were sharp. The air on my shoulders raised goose flesh. The sound came again, definitely under the house, steady and patient. He called me immediately. What am I looking at? It didn't break loose and wash to a corner of the lake. It didn't list or sag. It was simply not there. The posts that anchored it to the shore ended in neat stubs like teeth snapped at the gum line. The path that led to it now hung over a wet scar. The water under it shone like oil. My first thought was theft. Then I laughed, because who steals a dock quietly in the night from a lake you can't tow a trailer into without knocking down half the forest? I texted Aaron a photo. "The dock's gone." "You're messing with me." "I'm not. It's gone." By afternoon, the wind picked up, stinging resin off the pines. I made a sandwich I didn't want and ate it on the deck. When I looked up, the dock was back. He went quiet, then said he'd call the guy who handled his permits. I stared at the water as we talked. The surface had a slow drift to it, like a sleeping breath. I told him about the noise. He told me to keep the doors locked. I said I would. After we hung up, I realized I'd already locked them twice. It lay in its place, skewed by an inch or two. Planks damp and stained. One corner split at the seam. The path matched it as if they'd never broken. The cut posts were whole. I took a photo. I took 3. Then I walked down the path and put my hand on the timber. It was cold. My palm came away with fine grit like silt. It was the first time he'd said we in a way that included me and someone else, and it made me feel suddenly far away from everything. The lake shifted and kept its secrets. I called Aaron, but the call wouldn't connect. I got a text from him an hour later. "That's insane. We'll come up tomorrow, stay inside tonight, I'll bring a camera." The noises returned after midnight. I lay in bed listening to that rhythm under the floor. 4 beats, pause. 4 beats, pause. The house sat on a raised foundation, which meant space under there. Dry storage. old spider webs. I wanted to look. I wanted to prove the sound was a loose board or a trapped animal, or the dock rubbing the shore. I took the flashlight and went out on the deck. The beam cut a clean path to the low door on the side of the house. The lock was stiff, but it opened. The air that came out was cool and dry, with a smell like old cardboard. I crouched and aimed the light into the crawl space. The dirt was smooth. The plastic vapor barrier was intact. My beam found nothing alive. The tapping continued, loud enough that the flashlight shook in my hand. It wasn't in front of me. It was out under the floor toward the lake. I closed and locked the crawlspace door and stood still until my heart calmed down. I aimed the beam toward the dock. A figure stood in the water beyond the end of the planks. I didn't shout. I didn't say anything. I stood with the light held tight, trying to make sense out of distance and angle and the way beams flatten things. The figure didn't raise a hand, didn't sway. It looked like a person who had decided to become a statue, which is not something a person can decide to do and still be a person. It was up to the thighs and black lake, smooth and pale from head to toe, no hair to catch the light. It faced the house, feet planted, shoulders level. It didn't move when my beam found it. The light hit the face, and the face stayed a face and not a mask. The skin did not gleam the way wet skin should. The surface of it looked like porcelain that had been sanded down. The eyes were hard to place, dark, flat like the lake at night. The mouth was a line. I angled the light away and back, as if I'd prove that it was a post or a trick. When the beam left, the darkness took everything. When it returned, the figure was still there in the exact spot, the lake around it making small black tongues around its legs. In the morning, the water had pulled away again, exposing broad shelves of granite. At the end of the path where the dock met shore, there were footprints in the damp sand. Bare human feet, they appeared from the gravel path, walked across the band of wetness, and went down toward the lake. They got lighter on the rock, then vanished at the edge where the lake would have been hours before. There were no prints returning. After a long time, the cadence faded. I slept just enough to dream about being pinned under a heavy quilt that smelled like wet metal. I went inside and locked the door and sat on the floor under the window, with my knees up and my hand on my throat. The tapping under the house kept its rhythm. 4 beats. Pause. I couldn't tell if the beats belonged to the thing or to the house. That afternoon, I saw the figure again. It stood farther out, only the torso visible above the glitter of water. It didn't turn. It didn't sink. When a fisherman in a small aluminum boat cut toward the middle of the lake, the figure slipped lower until only the head showed, then settled out of sight. The boat drifted on. I told myself they were mine until I put my foot next to one and saw how wrong that was. The length wasn't the problem. It was the shape. The toes were normal enough, but the arch had a strange smoothness, almost shallow. My footprint looked messy next to it, with texture and lines where my foot creased. The others looked like they'd been pressed by a mold. I photographed them and sent the pictures to Aaron. No service. I paced the deck, phone high, chasing a bar that never appeared. The lake had a skin of wind on it, tugging from left to right. The sun was warm. The house felt like a place where nothing bad had ever happened. I told myself to get sleep. I turned out the light in the bedroom and lay on my side. The house made its familiar clicks and sighs. Some time passed. Then a new noise came, not under the house but under the deck. A drag, a soft raff, as if something moved wet rope on wood in a careful, slow rhythm. It advanced under the deck, then stilled. The sound of water shifting under weight came, small and exact. The tapping returned, thick and patient. 4 beats, pause. 4 beats, pause. It seemed to sync with my pulse until I realized my pulse had synced to it. I tried to read. I tried the TV again. I kept glancing at the door to the deck, as if my looking changed anything. When the tapping finally stopped, the air lifted as if a pressure valve had eased. I waited for night with a tight feeling in my chest. I didn't want night, but night came. I stood up and walked into the living room. The glass of the sliding door made a dark mirror. I didn't want to get close to it. I did anyway, because if I didn't, the picture in my head would be worse than whatever was out there. I cupped my hands against the glass and let my eyes adjust. I didn't breathe. I didn't move. It didn't fog the glass. It didn't shiver. It didn't do the 1,000 small things a body does when it stands. It just watched me, and then it took one step to the side and stopped again. The foot it placed down left no water on the deck. The figure stood at the edge of the deck, feet together, water slicking off it in thin threads. Up close, the surface of the skin had a uniform matte quality. Not pores, not goose flesh, just a careful, even finish. It looked at me through the glass. The depth between us was less than a human length. Its eyes were the wrong kind of flat, like enamel. Eventually, the dragging resumed, then faded. Outside, the wind found the pines. I dozed and woke and dozed until light pushed into the edges of the shade. I backed away, slow because part of me was very sure that going fast would make a sound that would cause something to happen. Maybe I believed in rules at that moment, because rules keep you upright. I made it to the bedroom, closed the door and locked it, like that would mean anything. I sat on the floor and browsed through my photos, as if looking at images of shorelines would bring me back to a time when the dock was just wood. In the morning, the dock was gone again, and where it had been, the lake looked darker, as if the water there had been turned. The footprints on the path repeated. They walked to the waterline and vanished. No prints came back. I called him. The call dropped twice. When it held, I talked fast. It came up onto the deck, I said. It was there. There was a pause, then his voice lowered, practical the way people get when they're trying not to feed fear. Lock the doors. I'm 20 out. I packed a bag. I told myself I was just making it easier for Aaron because we'd go into town for breakfast when he arrived. I put my keys on the table by the door. I took the phone and walked up the road until I got a bar, then two. Messages from Aaron stacked up in a pale screen. Coming up late morning, bring camera, stay inside. I stepped onto the deck and kept the door open behind me. The lake looked ordinary, breezy. A dragonfly stitched a blue path above the reeds. I took one photo, then another. I didn't see anything but water and the far shore, and the place where the dock should be. The sound under the house returned in daylight. 4 beats. Pause. It was wrong in daylight. It was wrong in any light. But in daylight, it wore a face. It meant persistence. I walked back down to the house with the phone pressed to my shoulder. The road was empty. The lake shone hard in the mid-morning sun. I picked up my bag and put it by the front door. I stood with my hand on the knob and listened. Then the rhythmic noise shifted from under the house to under the deck. Urgent now. A tight little run of beats. Then stillness. A shadow passed under the planks. Just a density change where light came up between boards. I looked down through the gap closest to the sliding door. The space under the deck was shallow, more crawl than walk, but plenty for something small to move or something thin. The shadow paused below my feet. When it moved again, it moved toward the lake. At the edge of the deck where the steps descended, wet toe marks appeared one by one on the sun-bleached wood. Not puddles, not drips, impressions. They walked away from me and down the steps without weight. The air cooled around my ankles. My palm went slick on the phone. I went to the bedroom and grabbed my bag. I didn't look through the glass again. I walked to the front door and opened it and stepped out and locked it behind me. I didn't want to turn my back to the lake to go down the steps to the car. I did it anyway. I didn't follow them. I stepped backward into the house and pulled the door shut. I locked it. I moved to the front window and looked out at the road. No car. No Aaron. The toe marks had already dried to nothing. At the bottom of the steps on the dirt by the driver's side door, there were footprints, the same as before. They came from the direction of the deck, cut across the bare earth, and stopped at the car door. They didn't go around the car. They didn't go away. I took my hand off the key, put it back, and turned it again. The engine turned over like it had always been meant to. I put the car into gear. I kept my eyes on the road ahead. The engine didn't catch. Not a dead battery sound. Not a cough. Nothing. I tried again without thinking, then stopped. Hands flat on the wheel. Breathing took effort. I was alone out there, and not alone. The pine branches moved the way they always move. Somewhere a chainsaw buzzed, which meant somebody up the road was cutting wood, which meant people. The thought steadied me. The handle was dry. I reached for it and paused. My reflection in the window looked pale and thin. The air around me went quiet, like before rain. I unlocked the door, slid in, and shut it. I pressed the lock down with my thumb as if that made any difference. I turned the key. I drove until my hand stopped shaking. I parked at a gas station on Highway 36 and called Aaron. He answered on the first ring. He was already at the house by then. He sent me a photo as we spoke. The dock sitting normal, the waterline unremarkable, the deck clean. I told him I was done. I told him I loved him. He said he understood. When I looked in the rear view as I turned out of the drive, the lake house sat quiet with the deck facing water that looked polite in the sun. The dock was back, misaligned, the split at the corner like a healed cut. A figure stood thigh-deep in the lake beyond the dock and watched the car climb the road. The shape was pale and wrong and still. I drove back to Denver and checked into a motel with loud hallways. I slept with the TV on and the bathroom fan loud, because noise felt like company. In the morning, I made arrangements to move back into my old apartment. I told myself I'd think about work when I could look at a calendar without feeling sick. I still have the photos. I don't look at them. When I think about the lake, I think about how quiet everything is, when you're sure you found peace. I think about the way the waterline moved without a storm. I think about how easy it is to see what you need to see and call it nature and let it stand there until it steps closer. For weeks after, I woke at night to the sense of something tapping in the walls. It was never there when I listened. I stopped waking to it when my life filled with ordinary complaints again,